You know where anywhere I can watch the cut from last week for free? Oh yeah, I post all my VODs. YouTube.com/Frodan VODs. Right here. America's Tactician Cup 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this one, day 2 and day 1. This is me watching APAC. This is me like playing a new patch with Scrims. This is the China Hong Kong Scrims. I post all my VODs from streams here. And part of the reason why is because it actually saves over time. If you look at Twitch, they actually delete all your VODs, and I can't save all of them over time. So I think it'd be fun to look back, because if there's ever like a moment in tournament history, like let's say JD Zielinski wins Ascension of the Ages, and then he goes on to be the N8 GOAT. It'd be kind of fun to look back at some of these things in time, right? So someone should save the VODs somewhere, because if I just keep co-streaming, like I think actually one example would be Vegas. Like I remember I think I started this channel because I specifically wanted these Vegas VODs to live forever, because it was a really special event. But if I like didn't do that, then these VODs would just get deleted by Twitch. So yeah, that's why I started this channel. Okay, what time did Scrim start? Oh wait, are they screaming? Oh, they might be screaming right now. Oh wait, no one told me. Wait, hold on. They're screaming right now. Guys, if they're screaming, I need you guys to tell me. Oh my god. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. And then also, like, part of this gets posted like a few hours after my stream ends, and so I figured like, well, it's like a nice like sub perk to put it up for my subs on Twitch. I don't think I'm gonna VOD wall my Twitch forever, but there's enough people that do that to support the channel, and I use that to buy like expenses for stuff like the co-stream. Like for example, this oh, actually, on that note, special announcement, you guys. Hold on, I have something for this. Special announcement, you guys.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Kurum and Goobums are gonna be flying out for the regionals co-stream and the world's co-stream. Like literally, when you guys sub, it's just money that goes towards that. Hotel flights, Ubers, meals, hush money for all the fanboys that show up for Kurum's welcoming party.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Gonna be a rager. Hope you guys come through.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Chorus, thank you for the prime. Dexel and Z-Boon, thank you all. And on that note, let's run a few minutes of ads. Welcome to Scrims, everybody. These are some North American scrimmages. Let me put this up real quick. You're welcome. I got gifted. I mean, thank you to whoever did that. Okay, Bard level 3. America's in-house scrims. Put that up. Okay, we got Aesah, Cambulee, Altanahue, Socks, Minhee, Koalitl. Oh, so this is Koala Esbelto. And JD Zielinski. I also have Scrim stats. Let me see. Do I have it pulled up anywhere? We don't have that many stats, but we have a little bit of stats. I have enough stats to show you some stuff. So, for example, right now in Scrims, This is all we have. There's probably like 25 to 30 more games that have been played already, but right now a lot of the top meta comps are not doing well. But like all these like niche stuff, like Bard has won 100% of the scrims so far. I mean, this is just 2 game sample size, but I think it's interesting that so many people are playing Bruiser Reaper and it's averaging a 4.9. Lux is averaging like a 4.9. Kai'Sa's a 4.9. That actually represents, I think, a big part of the meta that people are complaining about. They're like, I don't get it. I'm playing the meta lines and I'm just going bot forward. Like that's what's happening in scrims. The most popular played comps are just all going like 4.9. Isn't that crazy? How often do you grind ranked? It's been harder to grind rank with a newborn baby, but usually I get the challenger every set and I play like 600 to 700 games. That's where I aim for, and I think that's a good amount. If I like really push hard, I could get like 800 to 900. I don't think I could ever crack 1K anymore. Isn't Bard play on the perfect spot? Yeah. If you're playing Bard, most of the time it's because you have a really good reason to play Bard. Like you have a good item for him, good augments, good setups. Oh, let me remove my team planner. Okay, so changed my stream title, got everything good going. Koala Little, Bruiser, Reaper, he's definitely not doing well right now. 6 Sniper from JD. He took branching out into snipers. Okay. Playing around Aphelios. I wonder if Aphelios 3 should be something people lean into more often right now. Because people are rerolling for a lot more, and odds are better for Aphelios. Like if you go... I don't know if you go Aphelios Thresh. Maybe you still play Aphelios plus Sniper Wardens. But I can't help but feel like if a lot of people are rerolling, maybe people should be thinking about Aphelios more. But maybe that only works because the Faded frontline was so good. Master 0 LP is my pink rank, and I've come to peace with that. I love learning the game, though. Yeah, I think the theory of TFT is fascinating because there's so many decision trees that split off into like all different kinds of, you know, consequential decisions and basically like parallel universes of like, oh, in a different world, I picked Golden Egg and I barely cashed out with 1 HP and I won out, right? That kind of stuff is like really fun. I think watching TFT is like fascinating if you're into like the nerdy part. I mean, obviously it's fun if you want to watch the highlight stuff, but like after a while, if you just watch like too much fortune cash out or too much of like the fast 9 1 HP win out stuff, it's all kind of the same after a while. I think some of the coolest plays are when someone like figures out how to move one position to the left or right, and then all of a sudden it swings the fight the opposite direction. When they slam a unique item, or they slam something that I didn't expect them to do, and then as a result it like opens up another set of possibilities on carousel or augments because they did stuff like that. I guess that's probably my card game background from Hearthstone, because in Hearthstone, if you like did something different for like 1 mana or 1 HP or 1 trade opposite, like it completely changed the course of the game. So I think that's kind of why what I enjoy about TFT. It's like TFT is like that multiplied by like 100 because there's so many things you could do in TFT. Cam's rolling. Oh god, he's like completely bench locked. Dude, this shop is actually so good, but nothing makes 3 stars. Okay, he hit. Oh my god. Alright, well that's big. Aesah is just playing tempo Kaisa. Interesting. Aesah's just trying to play tempo Kaisa. No fortune. He's way too healthy relative to the lobby for fortune. If Aesah was fortune, he'd be like towards here because he's been losing these fights. So he was at like 70 HP. Is he not buying this Kaisa? Oh, he is. What is Sox playing this game? Sox is playing Exalted Lux Janna. I think. Let me see. Where is he? Yeah. I mean, he hit Lux 3 and he has like infinite attack speed or mana generation through like Shojin Asher's Rage Blade. Like this is pure mana spamming from Lux with Lotus. Sox is winning Worlds. You heard it here first. I would love for Sox to win Worlds, but I don't think he will. I hope he does though. I don't think he will though. I'm gonna be ranking him pretty low across the board on that kind of stuff. Because he told me that he's not preparing and he's not gonna try. So I think also maybe that's a way for him to do well. I think if all of us temper expectations, like if we all lower our expectations to the point where, you know, Sox is like no one thinks he'll do well, maybe that's how he popped off again. The JG augment, so that might be Bist and Mana Spam with the crit from that, or is Rabadon's better? In general, you want a little bit more damage. Like this is like a pure mana build, and you do want some damage. But yeah, if you can make it up through augments, it's good. Jewel Lotus, the problem is that his crit is not that high. It's only 40%. And he doesn't have any other crit items, so that's one downside. He does have 2 removers though, so he could, for example, move like an item to Janna, one of these mana items to Janna, and go like JG on her. He has 2 swords though. This is so awkward. Okay. He needs to make a frontline item as well. Spark. It has to be Spark IE. Oh my god, that is terrible. That is so terrible. Okay. All right, Sox might be bot for guys. His items are terrible. Oh my god. He even had like teaming up for the extra component and still landed on this. Yikes. Yikes. That is not good. Okay. I mean, he beats this player, Sabio Flex. Oh, Qualilo's dead. Never mind, never mind.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
He might actually get there. Milkyard, thank you for the tier 1. Minhee hits Zoe 3, Soraka 3, but no Bard 3. Oh, Bard 3. Is this sell Tom Kench? Oh my gosh. He's on 1 HP, so he has to do that. By the way, this is an argument against making things like Naked Zoe, Naked Soraka. Because if you didn't make Zoe 3, he would have the gold to buy that Bard and hold Tom Kench. So when some people are like, oh, you might as well just buy it. The problem is that he invested a lot of gold into that, and now, let's say he wins this fight. Now he has no out for Tom Kench 3, but it looks like he loses. Okay, never mind. So then I guess he maximized what he could do, but there's an argument that like another counterpoint to that is Zoe 3 and Soraka 3 didn't even do anything. We couldn't beat. Who did we lose to? We lost to Aphelios 2 6 sniper board, which is not a bad board by any means. It's 6 sniper, but it's also like nothing like too crazy. 6 sniper is really good though. Sniper is really good. I don't know why I was collecting Zoe and Soraka. I mean, maybe he was hoping that he would hit items for it, but you only want to 3-star those units if you can itemize them. Because remember that each item is a multiplying effect on the power of the champion, and each item multiplies again off of that. So, like, you know, 3 item on a 3-star unit is many times stronger than 2 items, is many times stronger than 1 item, and just keeps continuing to like stack on that. So like a 3-star unit that's just naked doesn't really do anything. Aesah went 6. He went for like raw dog Kaisa, and I don't think his spot looked that good for it. He preserves a lot of HP to stage 4, and then he lost 7 fights out of 8 to die. You could argue 36 gold and Soraka 3, Zoe 3 would have let him hit Tom and Bar 3. Yeah, exactly. And then maybe that preserves more HP. But maybe he was trying something out. It's entirely possible he was trying to play like some Princess and the Frog variation and then just like went back into Bard or something like that. Who knows? I don't know. Isaac might barely get fourth, but looks like he's out.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Hi, Frodan.
Hold on, let me try that again. Why? I was testing it earlier and it seemed to work fine. Hi, Frodan. Who are we looking as regulars for the co-stream next weekend? So next weekend will be myself, Bryce, and Kurum holding it down. And then we're going to have guests join us on call. I asked some special guests to come through, but they said maybe. Like I asked Soju. Obviously, he's probably not going to join very much unless it's like the final day. I asked Mort. Mort is busy moving to Washington or something like that. I don't know. He said he might not be able to make it. So I asked a few people if they could come through as special guests. But we'll get a lot of people who didn't qualify for regionals to maybe join. I asked I'm asking like T-Lides to join. Some of the folks I would love the people who kind of showed up last week, as well as like maybe some of the people you've seen throughout the set, like Clement. I'm gonna probably invite some of the other EMEA casters if they want to hang out, things like that. So there's gonna be some good folks. Okay, sorry. I'm looking at I just got a bunch of notifications and pings out of all of a sudden. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, never mind. Discord was just being weird. I got a notification from my wife saying she needs help with the baby, but I just got it, and she said she sent it hours ago. So weird. And then after next week, Goobums will be joining us for Worlds as well. And then it'll be a little bit more international. I'm going to ask some more EU folks and other people to join because I need some people who are knowledgeable about other players. So I might invite like Pie Hat from LATAM to come join, or other people who you might not see regularly commentate the Americans. Don't worry. There's some people that are like, dude, is Goobums just gonna yap the whole time? He's not. He told me he usually comes onto the stream because he thinks it's like good content to be like combative and argumentative, or whatever. But he's capable of having sophisticated and mature analysis and discourse about the game. Trust me, guys. I think a lot of people aren't convinced that he can, but it's possible. He's a great analyst when he wants to be. Dude, this 6 sniper build is just going crazy. Never mind, 6 sniper is just OP again. Oh, he got exalted in as well. God damn. How do you get the Fawn? Did he play Fortune Cash Out? We might have missed this. Maybe he played Fortune Cash Out into Fawn. But the fact they can squeeze all of this at 9 is kind of nuts. 6 Sniper, 4 Warden, and Exalted. Never mind. Bosso. Oh, we want Bosso skills on it, dude. He made up like a third of the highlights for my Tactician. I put a highlight video out for the Tactician's Cup. Although we forgot one clip where Weishin lost to Krugs, but I guess he's not going to be mad that we we forgot that clip. But I put a video, and half of it is just like Bosso skills, like predicting fights wrong and getting torched by chat. Okay, JD ended up losing this fight versus Cam. Is Senna good now? I think she's a lot better. Yeah, I think Senna was a beneficiary of 2-cost reroll being so much better now. It actually started last patch. Let's see. Last patch we put like Senna up because she was performing really well last patch, and now I think she's one of the best reroll comps. I don't think you can play her every game. Like S tier is like basically a combination of like their peak power plus consistency. A tier can definitely like win lobbies and do well, but it just needs a little bit more. It's like Senna needs like a good tattoo, and you need to make sure that like you have like a good setup for it, like item wise, because if you set a bunch of tiers and rods, that can be tricky. And you need to have like a good like augments, I think, for it. Or a good setup potentially for it. Like I guess Cam doesn't really have that particularly good augments. But you can't be contested either. Stuff like what else do we have in there? We have like Heavenly Cane. Yeah, you guys know Heavenly Cane is like really good, but but only if you hit like everything. It's a high roll comp. We have Big Mo there with Blighting Jewel. That's a high roll comp. What else do we have? TFT Academy. You know what Milk said to me? Milk. So you know the short. Let me see. You know the short where Mort Dog talked about how the meta is great. This one.
Hey Mort, can we please shift away from Reaper Lux meta? I have a better idea. How about you learn to not complain at every single comp that is remotely playable and figure out how to be an actual competitive player. Otherwise, go play something else like Minecraft. I am so sick of people like you. And yeah, I'm a little tilted right now, but let me be very clear on this. I
like that there's double captions
right now. Look at this meta. There are 9
TFT Academy, look at that.
10 A tier comps. There are plenty of things to play. It is goddamn one of the best metas TFT has ever had, and yet somehow you still have the audacity to come in here and go, I don't want to see Luxes. Luxes are scary. Go stick a freaking pencil in your nose, man. I get if you're tired of the set, I get whatever, but from a
man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Just really wants to say something else. He just wants to tell people where they can stick pencils in other orifices of their body, but yeah, he doesn't. He just says nose because that's like the least offensive. Anyways, look at that. They mentioned he pulls up TFT Academy, and then a bunch of people are saying like, well, actually, if you count the amount of conditions on TFT Academy's tier list, it's like there's like 3 comps you can play that aren't conditional. And it's like, well, that's kind of true actually. Like Reapers hit good augments for it. Lux. Okay, Lux is actually not even... I'm not even sure Lux is the second best comp in the game anymore. I think part of the reason why it was good was because people weren't playing Ashe and Wardens, and you got like the Amumu's and the Alawis, but like, how do you hit them now? Also, if you're 2-way contested, you're struggling. You're barely going to top 4. So I'm not even sure if this is true. 7 Story Weaver is good, but you need to hit Story Weaver. Mythic Lilia is good, but you kind of need to hit like a lot plus good items, like the Mythic Emblem. Fast 9 is just inherently conditional. You just can't fast 9 every game. Built different, you hit the Augment. Ink Shadow, you need an Ink Shadow Emblem. Kaisakai needs Fortune. Garen needs a hero augment. I don't even know if Garen's S tier anymore. Teemo wants Blighting Jewel. Lucky Paws. Okay, you actually don't need the Ghostly +1 for Senna. That we might actually just remove that. Wit's End for Bard or like a Tomcat Trident. It just goes on and on and on and on. So I see what people are saying when they think there's too much conditions to the meta. That part, I wish they could scale back a little bit. I wish there was like things you could do. There are more things you could do. You can do some things if you don't have direction, but I wish there were more things you can do if you didn't have direction. I think it has to do, in my opinion, I think it has to do with the rigidity of certain trees. Like, Ashe can't really be played easily outside of the Sniper Warden setups. That game where I played Ashe in my Arcanist comp was just purely for a trait bot. But that was like the only time I think I've ever like done that in the past like 2 to 3 patches. That's like one example of which like I wish that they could have broken that a little bit away from the traits and a little bit more into the units, so you feel like you could do more stuff. Like you could play Ashe and more things than just Sniper Wardens. You could probably play Ashe in the Porcelain setup if you get a Porcelain emblem, but that's under condition. If 20 things are conditional, it's not unreasonable to expect to hit a condition on average. Yeah, that's true. That is true, but then there's another element of a potential frustration layer is if you do that, but someone else hits those conditions as well, and then you run into another frustrating part about the set, which is playing contested, which is something you don't want to do. So yeah, like let's say there's 30 conditions in the game, and play 30 different comps, which is a great amount of diversity. But then you run into the problem of, well, you both of you hit hero augments, and now you're just kind of screwed, and your game's just over as well. So there's layers of frustration that pile on that I think people get upset about. It's not just like the balance of the meta. It's not just about the power of artifacts or augments or whatever. It's not just that. It's a lot of these things piling up that I think people are frustrated on set 11. And then let's say you clear all those conditions and you just get wrecked by an encounter. Yeah, of course you're gonna write like a mad comment in chat. like all these things you clear. Like, okay, I hit the condition. I'm uncontested. I had the right items, and then encounters come and just like mess all that up. I think some people just can't handle that level of obstacles that just keeps popping up and making things. It feels like it just keeps messing with the way you want to play the game. On another news, can you guys believe that in 2.5 weeks that 12 comes out? 2.5 weeks. Who knows, man? Who knows what's gonna happen? Set 12 PB comes out in 2.5 weeks. We're gonna play some like viewer games again. I don't think I'm gonna join Box Bootcamp this time. If I do, I'm gonna have to request to play in a lower division because I just don't have time to play as much. I can't grind like 10 to 15 games a day. I managed to play like 6 or 7 games. That was like my off day, and like I didn't do like, it was basically like my wife and sister-in-law graciously took on more parenting responsibility. I was gonna decay. I had like 3 days left. I had 3 days left on my decay thing, and I'm like, can I just like sit down and play like 6 to 8 games? They're like, yeah, sure. So I did. Over 2 sessions, I played like 4 games and 4 games. And that was like a lot for me. So I don't know if I can do boot camp, but maybe I'll play in the advanced division. That directly clashes with the Path of Exile new league. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, the good news about it is PBE for set 12 is probably wildly imbalanced. And a bunch of stupid bugs and broken interactions, so you're probably not missing much. I mean, you're probably missing out on the hype and the FOMO, but like, you know, still be there. I don't think I've played a single PB cycle where it was like, man, this is like, you're missing out because like the meta is so balanced and dynamic and everything. There's always like problems they need to fix going to the final day. I'm actually trying to think now. Have we ever had like a good PB cycle in general? Like, have we ever had like a PB or sorry, a PB cycle where we felt like, man, this is like really good spot already? Instead of like, wow, we had to do like a bunch of different tweaks and changes. Because usually every PB cycle is like every day they release like 25 changes, and it's so crazy. Okay, Latent Forge. Pumping up into Janna Lux. Over Encumbered, which looks like into Mythic. Best Friends. Ideal Yone setup. I think right now people prefer Bloodthirster Titans and Quicksilver as a generic setup. And then with Kayn still wants Edge of Night because at least Yone has some defensibility. Like, Yone has a shield, he dashes away, so he can potentially find different ways for him to be safer. But Kayn is like all offense. And so with all offensive champions, if they don't really have defensiveness to it, Edge of Night becomes really important because it's hard for them to stay alive. If you think of another example, could be set 10 Yasuo, where he was true damage and he would like cast, and then if he killed, he got like extra AD and it would be a snowballing champion. That unit also wanted Edge of Night, right? For the very same reasons, because he has almost he has a pure offensive ability with not a lot of defensive traits at all, because he was like a true damage edgelord. You just need the Edge of Night. Does Exalted work on build different comps? It does, but the 3 units that are Exalted don't get the build different bonus. And it's not worth it a lot of times because you're just playing down 3 units for, you know, like, let's just say like 18% bonus damage. It's like, if there's an augment that said lose 3 team slots but gain like, you know, 18% bonus damage or something like that, would you take it? You'd probably be like, no, this sounds awful. I can play like 5 units on my board, but all I get is bonus damage. It feels like way too big of a compensation loss. So build different with Exalted it's a fun idea, but part of what makes Exalted good is you get the unit that you want to play for free anyways, and you're thinking about the trade-off of like 1 or 2 team spots. At most 2. You definitely don't want to ever trade 3 team spots for it. The calculus changes a little bit if you're playing like 5 Exalted, because there is critical massive bonus damage. And sometimes if you're looking at 5 Exalted and you're like, okay, like 2.5 of these aren't really a thing, but I'm level 10 and, you know, I have all these extra slots. I have a Tactician's Crown, new recruit. Start thinking like that. Set 5 Yasuo is cool. Dude, wait, Alex, this guy knows. My favorite Yasuo is set 5 Yasuo or set 9 Yasuo. Set 9 Yasuo was pretty awesome. But set 5 Yasuo was really sick. His build was JG RFC, and he was a 3-cost reroll champion that you would that would scale throughout the fight as well. This is really hype. It was really hype. You know, one thing I will say, okay, so do you guys remember how everyone says like, oh, like RFC and Zeke's and stuff like that, like Locket, they're kind of sad that they aren't items anymore because there's not as many like cool builds that you can do, like the triple RFC Neela from set 9, things like that. Oh, 2 people streaking, by the way. Bruce is streaking with, oh, that's huge. Risky move. So he's down to silver and he just 5 streaks. That's actually really big. I totally feel that because some of the coolest builds are like when you can do stupid shit like 3 RFC Neela or something like that. But that's kind of what they want with artifacts. They're like, oh, you missed those items, let's just do it with artifacts. But then now people are like, we don't like it on artifacts because I guess the way people have access to them now is not very satisfying through encounters mainly, specifically encounter carousels. What if Pourable Forge? Oh wait, people are disconnecting and reconnecting. What if Pourable Forge was like you could re-roll an option? Because I don't. Someone suggested they give Pourable Forge one extra option, but 5 options starts to overwhelm players like a lot. Especially people who don't play a lot of TFT. They just have to read artifacts. I wonder if they could do other things like maybe you spend a gold and re-roll 1 slot or something like that. But maybe that's too powerful because you can just roll for the specific artifact you want. Probably easier to bounce the game without those items, yeah. But then they do things like add portals and encounters.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
And other things. So. Food Crazy Jim, thank you for the 9 months, buddy. Set 1 Yasuo clears. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think I don't even remember what set 1 Yasuo does. I don't even remember, I think, what set 1 Yasuo does. Okay, drop Blossom for Bruce. Bruce is going to get a lot of... the thing is, I don't think you want to play drop Blossom unless you have specific items for Nico. So, 2 healthy for Cambulee. Wilf took Unified. Big grab bag. Koala. Checking in Fortune. Heavenly for Ripple, so he's going Heavenly Reapers. Okay. Cybernetic Uplink, Alune 2. And then come back next time. What's the equivalent price of an artifact item? 22 gold, like Lysandra says. I mean, I think they purposely price it really high. I don't think it's actually 22 gold, but it might be. Here's another way you can compare it. So let's look at the Fortune loot tables. So Fortune, 6 rating items. Fortune gives you an artifact at 20 luck, right? And the equivalent is 22 gold. Oh, it is. Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess the way they're quantifying it is about 20 to 20 something, like between 20 to 24 gold or so. Is there any other Ornn artifacts? Is it Ornn artifact, support item, and 10 gold? So yeah, it looks like it's because they consistently value Ornn items at around like 20 gold. Wait, you can sell this for 8 gold? Alright, good to know. Is Golden Spatch the new regionals? Yeah, that's what they're calling it. They're rebranding. They are rebranding. And they're probably going to rebrand again down the road because they're going to realize that they can't keep calling everything a Tactician X, a Tactician Trial, a Tactician Cup, a Tactician Crown. A team fight, the team fight tactics, Tacticians Trials. The TFT TT featuring Toronto, Tokyo. Toronto, Tokyo tries to top 2 at the TFT Tacticians Trials. That sounds like a warm-up routine for people who are about to go on stage. Oh my god. Nico 2. I mean, this is kind of cool. It's playing like just vertical heavenly around Kindred. Is he a fan of Toronto, Tokyo, or the Dota player? Yeah, he basically names himself after a different player in each game. And TFT, he named himself after Toronto, Tokyo, but then he started taking TFT seriously, and he's just been using the same name since. And it's a cool name. TTTTTT at TTTFTTT. Yep. And I said it better than myself. Listen, man. Wisdom closed down. And then they shut down the Americas broadcast. They fired Chad and they gave the job to Max. And then they was like, figure it out. And he was like, what the hell? Like, what? And then they hired, like, they only hired Nature. So it's like they had to figure it out so fast. So they had to come up with whatever they could as soon as possible. So I do agree that I think the branding could be better. It's not like the most important issue, but it's definitely something that they could improve on over time. Rageblade Senna. Listen, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Rageblade Senna is not ideal, but you have to think about your tempo, and he might be playing Ashe anyways. So, like, the thing about this Rageblade Senna that you might do sometimes is you play this setup, and then what happens if he gets a shop of like 5 Sennas with, like, you know, a Shen 2 that drops out of an orb? Okay, that's not gonna happen, but you get what I'm saying. Sometimes you're in a spot where you're not thinking about playing Senna, then you have a lot of reasons to go into it. So you just commit the Rageblade. Senna 2, okay. Oh, he hit Ashe. Never mind. Beast mode. Deathblade is supposedly Ashe's best AD item on Rageblade. After Rage, like, you put Rageblade on her, and then the second best item you can play on her is Deathblade. But that might change since they buffed 4 and 6 sniper again. When I say best, it's like hyper granular. Like, if you're looking at the differences, it's like 2% higher top 4 rate, like 1% higher win rate, and like 0.05 of a delta better. Like 0.05 better, you know. It's that's how much of a difference when I say it's better. Isn't it IE? It was, but then they nerfed snipers and then they reverted, so I'm not entirely sure. Well, it's something that you could look up. But there's nothing. I mean, Deathblade is good because you increase the base stats, so you're getting the bonus damage. It's comparable, I'd say. Part of the reason why I think IE was really good is because you built Last Whisper on it, so you would maximize your crit. But you could also do like Deathblade, Rageblade, plus something else. And if you have Last Whisper on another unit. Ruin's Hurricane, for example, is not bad by any means. You could also go Infinity Edge and Deathblade if you can find a way to get 3 swords. Jewel Lotus 3 for JD. That's looking real good. Cambulee hits Yone 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. He took Call to Chaos and he hit Yone 3 and he sells it. Lord, that is not good. That is actually really, really bad. I looked it up. IE is 0.01 lower delta. All right, maybe after the buffs to sniper again, it's back to basically being the same. Let me see if I can pull it up on Meta TFT. It looks exactly the same delta now. Infinity Edge is 0.08 and Deathblade is 0.08. it's actually just completely dead even. And it's like 16,000 sample size, 4,000 sample size. Like, I mean, it just doesn't really matter. Just slam whatever item you can get. And this is just generic Ash stats though, so like maybe it changes when you put in like maybe it's better. Like one is better at 4 sniper versus 6 sniper, and one's like, you know, better if you're playing like a different variation of it. But masterclass balance game, yeah, exactly. You know, believe it or not, some players don't like that. Some players don't like that items are more generic, that you can like, oh, it doesn't matter, just slam either. Some players are like, no, I like it when you like you had to slam one or the other, and like it was very definitive about like what you could do with these items. And if you know, so some people don't like that items have become kind of homogenous. He came to roll 90 gold and 8 and didn't hit a single Kaisa. Yep, something like that. I mean, I think he hit 1 Kaisa, but he is struggling. He is struggling. What do you think about is it Guardbreaker or Gunblade? Guardbreaker? Oh, it's just crit. Just max crit. He's just converting his crit strike bonus damage to maximum. IE is 35 plus 20 plus 20 plus base. Yeah, he's reaching 100 crit, and then he just has going max crit. I think it's fine. Guardbreaker, the problem with Guardbreaker is that a lot of the stats that it gives is like AP and attack speed, and that's not exactly good for Kaisa. So okay, it's not bad for Kaisa, but you're not like super happy about it because she's not scaling very well off of the AP. Radiant, Rageblade, Runons, and Deathblade. You know what this build was back in the day? This was the Aphelios build in set 5. Because Deathblade used to be like Archangels. It would scale as the fight went on with how much AD you would get. But you had to have a takedown. And so if Aphelios was spraying a bunch of people and getting credit for takedowns, you would gain more AD as the fight went on. And so you would have 1-star Aphelios with like this Deathblade would literally give like 200 AD or 250 AD like out of nowhere. It was crazy. But he was so glass cannon that if because he's like a ranger, that if he took any aggro, he would die. It was crazy. He just got like flat like 250 AD out of nowhere on a 1-star unit with Rageblade Runins, but he would pop off. It was crazy. Oh man. But now they just made Deathblade like gain 55 AD and 8 bonus damage. Okay. Which is the same thing as like Death Cap. Death Cap is like gain a bunch of AP and bonus damage. Like, okay. That's what people are talking about when they're saying that they kind of miss when items had like some of their specialty to it. How come everyone I'm looking at just loses by like 6 units every single time I click on them? That's not good. Yeah, Deathblade also scaled with star level as well, I remember. Just don't click on anyone. I mean, I'm trying to scout around, and every time I click on someone, they just take like a 6-0 loss. Okay, Koala looks really good though. Look at this Call to Chaos. Like, look at this Call to Chaos. Double Locket versus Cam. Got Yone 3. Random and a powerful and random award. 3 cost 3-star. Claw, Janna 3. I hope we get Premier 5 cost AD carry next set. I mean, we have Irelia. Irelia is really good as a Premier AD 5 cost. Also, isn't Xayah the Premier 5 AD 5 cost? Also, what's going on? Aesah is like disconnecting and reconnecting. It looks like Aesah is kind of struggling to connect here. But that's annoying. Can't actually scrim. Oh my god. Did you see that? That Yone was in the middle of transporting or teleporting to Ashe. Give me 5 cost Akshan. Dude, no one... When Akshan came out, he was so bullshit, man. Imagine this Irelia, but she has Yone's abilities. And the Yone's ability is not within 5 hexes, it's within 10 hexes. As Irelia would literally go to the back line. Akshan would literally swing to the back line, assassinate your carry, and then swing back to his own back line. There's no way you guys want 5 cost Akshan back. That guy was just utter horseshit to deal with. he was completely BS. Oh man. What's that? That was set 5 when Akshan was a new unit. He was released. Dude, he was unreal. He would basically cast and sling to the back, gain a bunch of attack speed, and then sling again when he casts it one more time. So he would sling. You put a bunch of AD, pew, 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 just kills him, and then he was a ranger as well, so he got attack speed as well on top of that. And then he would swing back in, and then yeah, your entire backline just dead. Oh man. Oh, I'm getting upset thinking about it. You're playing like an AP backline carry like Vel'Koz, and you just got blasted. I miss when Runes was a legit item. Runes is still a good item. The problem with Runes right now is that there's not that many people that want to use it, and the people that do want to use it are people that you need the components for other things. So Ashe wants that bow to be Rage Blade, but like Rage Blade Runes is like totally fine on Ashe. Not bad. I guess a lot of the other auto attackers, like in general, you want ranged auto attackers type runes. Like Irelia is good with Runes. Irelia is good with Runes. Sivir is actually very good with Runes, or rather, Runes is a good item theoretically for Sivir. It's just that Sivir herself kind of sucks. Who else? I mean, I mentioned the snipers, Aphelios, Bard. Not really. Like Bard has kind of like built-in runes with trick shot, but even then, that's like fine. You don't need that many more. Level 9. Titans. You know who's a really fun 5 cost 80 units that I feel like never got figured out was Aphelios from set 8 when he was an Ox Force unit. He basically, if you didn't play set 8, he basically had it was a hero augment set. He had 3 guns that you could choose from, and then each of those guns did different things. So he had 3 different abilities that you would choose for each fight depending on what you wanted, and it was theoretically super cool because like one was like an AoE nuke, one was like a stun, and one was like a rapid fire Gatling gun. But it ended up the balance ended up making it that was always correct to just pick one specific gun.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
But it was a really cool concept. It captured like Aphelios' fantasy really well. Painted dummy, okay. That job King, thank you for the 20 months. Oh my god, 20 months. Should we just make it official then? What up, Quayla? How you doing, buddy? How are you doing? Very much unlike Storyweaver now, where you pick shapes your game. Yeah. I mean, the comparison for Storyweaver is more like admin, where you kind of build your trait as you go along with the options you get. Apparently, Storyweaver was a lot more like admin in early dev, and then they decided to just make it like what it is now because I think they said Story Weaver felt unapproachable when it was like admin. Like KO could theoretically get like a bunch of different stats. And then because what ended up happening with admin, as you guys remember, was you would admin check, and if you got a good admin, you would potentially play it, but if you didn't have a good admin, you wouldn't play it. So they said, let's just make KO consistent so that it feels like you can play KO and know what to play, instead of feeling like, well, I checked my Story Weaver, it's not a playable Story Weaver, so I'm just not going to play it this game. Because that was the play pattern they didn't like with admin, which was just like, oh, admin check and see if you get like the on death. There's like an on ally death gain mana or gain AD or something like that. That was like super broken whenever you played it with a certain comp. So that was like what you would check for in the high level. I mean, JD's spot looks really good. Jewel Lotus 3 with Lilia end up hitting everything. Ripple with 7 Reaper, 4 or 7 Heavenly, 4 Reaper. Dryad Emblem. Oh, what the heck is this? He's going like AP Dryad Nico. What's going on here? How much can this Nico tank? 2 casts? She cast a 3rd time? Dude, if she casted a 3rd time, that would have been crazy. I think he goes 3rd. I mean, it's a cool build. 3rd is good. 3rd is good. Is Koalo from NA? No, he's from Brazil. He's from Brazil. Azir 2. Are you gonna teach your kid to min-max TFT? Yeah. I hope that my hope is that games like, oh my god, Keepo Brazil. Well, I guess that's on these guys. They should have denied. I guess it's on JD specifically. Call to Chaos, double lock it into Kaisa 3. Not bad. My hope is that TFT will teach him a lot of basic math and like,
man,
like
I'm getting more dogged again.
Real life skills. Like in TFT, you have to learn how to manage your money, and so like learning the concept of compound interest early in his life is going to be huge, especially because we're going to start like a small savings account for him, like a basic one. So hopefully he'll understand that. And then also he'll have to learn with people griefing and contesting him. He has to understand that, like, you know, life's gonna throw obstacles, like he's gonna get randomly more dog out of nowhere in life. Like TFT teaches you a lot of valuable lessons. So yeah, I hope he learns how to min-max things. Your son's English skills are going to be disparaged. Yeah, I'll let my wife take care of that. My wife's English skills are fantastic. The one thing I am a little bit sad about is whether or not I can actually pass on Chinese. My Chinese is pretty rudimentary. It's like at elementary school level. And I'm kind of debating whether or not I want him to try to like learn it. But the problem is that I wouldn't be able to like teach him very much beyond like very basic stuff. But I'm wondering the value of that. Or, like even teaching him at a basic level. I mean, obviously it can't hurt. But I guess I'm wondering if I should be going a step further and sending him to like Chinese school and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe. What if he hates it? Because we don't even speak it at home. He just learns it, but he doesn't. Yeah. You get more value from Spanish. Maybe. Exposing him to sounds within Infinite is the most important part, and they can just send him to Mandarin school. Yeah, I mean that's sort of what happened with me. Chinese was my first language. I learned how to speak Chinese when I first learned to talk. But then I my parents stopped talking to me a lot in Chinese, and then I started speaking mainly English, and I kind of lost a lot of it. Who are you rooting for in regionals? I mean, mostly NA. I got a couple of LATAM people I would like to do well also. But mostly NA. There's like too many NA players to name. What do we got here? Prismatic Finale and completed item. Prismatic Finale. Okay. Oh yeah, I said I said I'm down for Dishub to win and go back to back, because then it's cool, because it'd be like a giant middle finger to all the people who say that it can't really be done, you know, because like the game's all luck or whatever. And also because then TFT Academy, then I can make a sick ass TFT Academy ad as well. It'd be good for business. Dude, we have the 2-time back-to-back regionals winner. Never been done before in TFT. But maybe that can be you. You sign up for TFT Academy. I'll bet on Frodan, dude. I'm on final day every single regionals. I have yet to miss a final day of regionals. Just saying. What are we gambling? Okay, let's see. We have one LATAM player here. I mean, let's see how the game plays out first before Gamba. Let's see how we do it. Has Setsuko won regionals? He has not yet. Who places higher, Aesah or Wassian? Who places higher, Aesah or Wassian? Okay, so let's see. This is Wassian's POV. Faded Crest, Buried Treasures, and You Have My Sword. And then Aesah spot. This is Aesah spot. Heroic grab bag, shot treatment, and long distance spells. I mean, I would take shock treatment here. Okay, so AP star for Aesah. This is Wage Iverson takes Story Champion with no Garens though. Okay, I'm all in on Wajian. I'm all in on Wajian. Sounds good. My son is Wajian as well, so maybe my son starts competing and he calls himself Wajian Brawny. Instead of Wajian Iverson. Dude, I was talking about it with my subs. I actually kind of like the idea, the fact that LeBron drafted, or sorry, the Lakers draft. I mean, it's LeBron. The Lakers drafted Brawny because I thought about the idea of my son one day wanting to cast something with me, just as like, that sounds pretty epic for me. I can't even imagine what it's like to be at the level of like LeBron in terms of his mastery for basketball and playing with him. It must feel like a really good achievement. That's just like a life dub, like a historical life dub. So pretty cool. Also, someone listed that, like, people got like mad, like, oh, nepotism. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. But I looked at the second round draft picks. The names of the people drafted in the second round just sound made up. Like, there's a guy that got drafted in the second round named Kyle Guy. I'm not even making it up, man. Hold on, let me look it up. NBA 2024 draft, second round. NBA MVP in 5 years, Mr. Guy. Yeah. Wait, who's it was there was there's like some people, I can't find it right now for whatever reason. Dude, Googling things are so useless now because I feel like what happened, man? Wasn't Google supposed to be on the cutting edge of AI? I feel like Googling stuff is just so cooked. What happened, man? Anyone buying Google puts? I'm not a financial advisor. Three hero augments, by the way. We have Drop Blossom, Sage, Story Champion, Metabolic with Fortune. You gotta add Reddit to every Google search now to get... Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Like Reddits for any information about like a question that I have. Some people have names like that, though. I met an Annika nobody once. Like, nobody was her last name. That's rough, man. Just think about the first of your household to be named that. It's the medieval times, and people have trades and crafts to bring to the table. Like, some people, they take care of the livestock and they butcher them. Other people forge weapons and armory. What is your clan name? I'm from the house of nobody. That just sucks. You're like a generational curse on your genealogy. that has to be fake. Like, they must have picked their last name or something like that and thought it was funny. It's because sometimes when you immigrate, you can change your name. That's what happened with one of my friends. One of my friends, his name is, well, growing up, one of the pastors of my church, his name was Lee Jackson, which sounds like just like a not Chinese name, but he's very Chinese. Is because they decided to swap their name around and just change like their name when they were filling out their immigration form, something like that. So, yeah, maybe when they like got to pick their English name, they just thought it was funny to change it to nobody. Two-star Kiana with Gage and Edge of Night, so we're coming up on an encounter. Introducing Mr. and Mrs. Nobody. That's just like, it sounds like you're just getting flamed by your wedding MC. Introducing Mr. and Mrs. Nobody to the dance floor. Just walk out the nobody wedding party. 3-star 1 cost. Got Rek'Sai. Got Kha'Zix. They gotta be spies. Did you guys ever watch the reboot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith? With Donald Glover? I watched that and I never got far into it. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. I didn't feel compelled to like finish the season. It didn't have like the chart. It felt awkward. It felt like it was like Donald Glover with I don't know who the actress was, but it's like, you know, a black man and like a Chinese woman. They're you know, pretending to be husband and wife. I just didn't really get like, you know, the vibes. I was like, yeah, this I want to finish this out. Apparently it was pretty good though. There were people that liked it a lot. It was pretty good. I watched it. It was extremely mid. So it's like the set 11 of Amazon Prime originals. Well, actually, that's pretty good for Amazon Prime. What shows are good on Amazon Prime these days? Like The Boys? Is that it? They wish it was Rush Hour. Yeah, they want to capture some of that East-West. Oh, Fallout. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. I started Fallout, but the problem was that it's too graphic for my wife, because we were watching it post-pregnant or post-birth, And in the very beginning, like it just gets really intense early on in the first episode. We're like, oh, okay, never mind. It's very graphic, but yeah. If you guys can handle it, I really like the way it's done. We want to go back to that show eventually. Also, I heard House of Dragon is good right now too, which I was, you know, I'm hesitant to let myself love again after what happened with Game of Thrones, but people are reassuring to me that House of Dragon is good right now, so I might foray back into it. Reacher, the first season a lot better than the second one though. That's the one with John Krasinski. This is a win. We got seven Kabukos. How's Wajin doing on his rolls? 7 Garens. I wouldn't say House of Dragons season 2 is very good compared to season 1. Okay, well, like let it simmer, you know? Let them cook. Okay, this is not looking good. 7 Garens. 5 loss. Okay, Ash. There's a person that like there's like an emote where they spam like of themselves like staring up, and people stand under Ash and they spam that emote. I've seen that before. Okay, this is Wajin. I guess the Lucky Gloves is the only thing you would take here. Alan Richardson is Jack Reacher. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Jack Ryan. Oh, right. Warden Crown, probably. Go for 6 Warden. Redemption's not bad either. Okay. And then Aesah. Aesah took Shiv into Accomplice. Playing around early sit. Okay, interesting setup. Exalted. Okay, this is an interesting mid-game board. Exalted, no Arcanist, no Fated Syndra. Let's see it. I've watched some good shows on Netflix lately. Scavenger's Reign, Parasite, and Archive 81. Well, we have like a backlog of shows that we're going through. Right now, we're actually still catching up on all the sports documentaries. We're a big sports household. So we're catching up on the sports documentaries. Like one of the, like we didn't watch Quarterback. We're going through that. I think it's been pretty good so far. My wife's a big football fan. I'm not that big of a football fan, but I'm getting into it. Like football's a little like violent for me. I'm like a non-contact sport kind of guy, but football, like I used to watch UFC, but then but I kind of fell out of it, and then when I tried to start watching it as an adult again, it just like it was a little too brutal. Like so some people can handle it, but for me it was a little too brutal. Football's like very violent to me, man. What's her favorite team? She's from Colorado, so her team are the Broncos. And it's funny because we live in Seattle, and so if you like that's funny for many reasons, but sorry, funny to me, not funny to her, especially because Russell Wilson left the Seahawks to go to the Broncos. So yeah, it's that whole episode in Saga has been quite a journey. Yeah. Because like Bryce is a massive Seahawks fan, and then like I don't have a team, so I started following football, so like I'm now like a Seahawks guy. And so yeah. It's okay though, we're past that point. This is a cool board, by the way, from Aesah. Look, he's like 5 win with Exalted, Accomplice, Yorick 2, playing around Exalted. Like, this is a really cool setup here. The Broncos are very bad. I mean, it's okay. They have like Super Bowls and wins to like remember and fall back on. They have like iconic moments. Like growing up, my dad was a Jets fan because I'm from New Jersey, and so we like New York's teams a lot. Like my team are the Nets. My dad was a Jets fan. And it's like, dude, Cause you could have picked the Giants, or like we're close enough to pick like the Pennsylvania. Maybe pick the Steelers. We could have picked any. Like, why did we pick the Jets? So like, yeah, I'm a Nets fan and my dad's a Jets fan. Like, why are we picking the worst teams of all time? Like, didn't the New York Jets have like a historical bad streak of like the team that has gone the longest without a playoff berth in North American sports? Something like that. They're like a historically bad franchise. Oh god. Oh god. We only have one item on this Kabuko. He wants to go for Declawed as his next item. But at least he's printing gold now. He's very poor. JD's spot is kind of mid. Dude, Ace is on a 6 streak with this board? Okay. 3 Exalted, 3 Story Weaver, but he's playing around Yorick 2 and just a Syndra with Shiv, Nashers, and he didn't even have Arcanist. He leveled for the Arcanist. Very, very cool setup here for me, so I like it. Do a Lotus 3. Just be happy you're not the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. Who? Okay, so again, I'm still kind of like new to football fans. Who's the dude for the Cleveland Browns that kind of went? Who's just like an utter moron? He's like Ja Morant, but for like the NFL. He's like a total idiot. And they like declared. Didn't he? Deshaun Watson. Yes, thank you. Like, he's not like the same thing as Ja Morant, but like he's just a complete moron. I mean, he's like an awful person. Yeah. That's the only time I've ever heard about the Cleveland Browns. And then like, it felt kind of bad because it was like one of those moments where I just kind of realized that like the NFL just does not care that he's kind of shitty. Yeah, they paid him so much. But like the thing about these NFL players, there's another NFL player who also like recently declared bankruptcy, and wasn't he like super? Didn't he have like a super wealthy contract? It's like Antonio Brown. Is that his name? Who's the dude in the NFL? Like who like he basically is like a crazy wealthy NFL player, but he's like just declared bankruptcy. It doesn't matter if you get 50, 100, 200 million dollars if you are just bad at money management. Like if you're bad at econ, if you're like silver TFT player at econ, it doesn't matter if you hit hedge fund. You're still going 8th. Actually, that's not true. Silver players, when they have hedge fund, they actually go the opposite direction. They never spend their money. They slow roll above 100. They're like, man, better just better take this easy. You never know. I might need this 100 gold. Wow, Wation still hasn't hit in Garen 3. Oh, he rolled too slow. He rolled too slow. He wasn't that wealthy. He just burned bridges with everything. Well, I mean, he's still way wealthier than like you and me combined. Probably. He's probably more wealthy than a lot of us in chat combined. So there's that. But I think you're saying like he wasn't like a billionaire or something like that. So, yeah. Wation's in a miserable spot. Okay, so if Wation outplaces Aesah, what does that say about Story Weaver champion, or what does that say about this Aesah line? This is Aesah's spot. Lucky Gloves with his setup is really good. Whoa! Wait, how good is this though? Like, how reliable is this Syndra to play around with like no faded and just 2 Arcanists? Wait, he's gonna stop rolling? Oh, he's gonna push a 9?
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Really? Who do we Lucky Gloves? A backline unit for extra DPS? Probably. Or what does it say about Wage and Iverson? I don't know. It is worth noting that a lot of these people make crazy money from short-term careers, can lose millions from random shit like gambling. That is true. That's why we need to get them hooked on TFT so that they can gamble without losing money. I've changed my stance. Ethical gambling exists because TFT is around. Voodoo Magic, thank you for 9 months. If like the worst thing about TFT is that you get a random itch to spend money on cutscenes and arenas that you want to kind of mute anyways because the announcer's too loud, that's kind of on you. I don't even think it's that bad. Okay, I mean, that being said, I am downplaying like how bad some of those practices can be, but if you're a whale in chat that spent money on chibis or arenas or even faker skin, thank you for keeping TFT very much afloat and alive. Honestly, the reason why they're able to even do things like 3 sets a year of championships and like why all this can exist is because you guys spend money on the game. Dude, if everyone only spent like $10 on things in TFT, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have a lot of the cool things happening in TFT right now.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Bless the whales.
Fluff, thank you for 2 months. Bless the whales. Yes, sir. Oh. Count out 2 got to our back line. Oh my god, that might lose us the fight. We hit Diana 3, we have no items on Diana. Wait. Mumu Wednesday? Wow. Okay, never mind. That swung the other way. Aesah lost, so he won 1 fight, lost. Let's see if Aesah can get to 9. I have a friend who bought the 500 USD Faker pack just because he didn't want to do the battle pass. Sorry, I'm just processing information that I just read. That is a new level of gamer apathy that I have yet. Wow. I don't even know how to react to that. A lot of people think Antonio's Brown career got derailed after he got a concussion from getting a dirty head on collision from a player named Vontaze Burfict. Vontaze Burfict is currently out of the league. That really sucks. I mean, that's part of the reason why. Listen, if you have friends or family or children that play football, like tackle football, that's as long as it's safe, it's good for you. But I don't think I'm gonna let my son play football. There's too much at stake for me for the concussions and everything like that. There's too much at stake. But like, I am very worried about that kind of stuff. Even other things too. Like, my wife is really big into motorsports because motorsports are into her family. Like her cousin, for example, does like the telemetry software for Toyota's racing division. But like, their family's like really. If you don't know what that means, it's kind of like the stats, like Meta TFT, third-party app for like Toyota equivalent. He does like a lot of cool stuff. So, she like wants Levi to like try out racing and like karting, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. What? Dude, cars are like the #1 thing that like kills young people. I don't know, man. That's a little scary. He's like, yeah, no football, but maybe have him drive in a cart and speed to race. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Okay, Wilf, by the way, blue buff and blighting jewel. We got Big Mo in the house. See if Wajin can 3-streak here. My dad didn't want me to play tackle football as a kid. I think that if you wanted to and you're frustrated by that he had your best interests at heart. And the fact that he was able to do that before it became like, because right now I think it's like it's not even an unpopular take. Like, I think I'm actually in the majority.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Oh god, this can't got to it.
When our region.
What up, Matt? What regionals are next week? 1 week from today. It's probably coming. I heard that there's, you know, definitely more of like a young kid pipeline issue with football because of safety issues. So it's like become more common. The fact that your dad ahead of time had insight into that is big. It just means that he has vision. What's Bruce's board? Bruce is just playing AP Fast 9 with Jewel Lotus 3. He hit Jewel Lotus 3 with Lucky Glove. Like, look at his setup. Sleight of hand, Jewel Lotus, Lucky Gloves.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Like, what is this? Come on now. Guy just got to abyss everything. Heavenly Crown. Aesah's game has been pretty interesting though, because he's been playing around no faded Syndra 2 for tempo around Exalted and trying to fast 9. So like his game has been interesting. He purposely sacked stage 4 though. Let's see how he does it. Looks like he's gonna go at 5-2. JD's rolling down. JD has 8 Bruiser Arcane. I like that because 8 Bruiser every 3 seconds gives you 6% bonus physical damage. Really good on an AD champion. Zavian, thank you for the prime as well. Thank you so much, man. If you want to see the wildest stuff, just go to Antonio Brown's wiki and scroll down to his legal issues. Oh my god. That sounds like a trip. Maybe if I'm really bored. Sometimes at night I just like I just read stuff like that. I'll get a little bit bored about it. Who are your favorites for regionals? I think Dish Soap is extra motivated based off what happened in Tactician Cup number 3. I think Milk is getting better at the set because he's finally reading all the abilities. Like, you guys don't understand. Every single Tactician's Cup, Milk was learning what augments and champions do because he was just playing the game without thinking. He was just like playing comps and just not thinking about stuff. But now he's finally learned the set. I think Milk's player to watch out for. I think Setsuko is motivated because of the way Tactician's Cup 3 went down. And I think that some of the top Brazilian and Latin players are just hungry. There's a lot of NA players that I think are hungry for sure, but I sense a deeper primal like a urge, motivation, like a chasing from the Latin and Brazilian players because they've been shit on all set long by the NA players. Everyone just keeps saying like, oh, LATAM sucks, Brazil sucks, right? Setsuko, Brazil, worst region on the fucking planet. That's what he said. I just sense that regionals is gonna be kind of a potential day of reckoning for NA. I think, and they want it so much bad. Like, what happened? Who was here yesterday when Ace was on the call? I was like, yeah, I don't even want to scrim. I'm like kind of burnt out on playing the set, and that's understandable, right? But like, I don't really get that vibe when I'm watching the LATAM players scrim. Like, even if they're burnt out, I feel like they want it. I feel like they want it. There are LATAM and Brazilian players that are literally scrimming double blocks. They're doing the morning scrims, the tournament realm scrims that I'm not allowed to stream and talk about. Like, I can't even look at their match history, but I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to reveal it. And they do nighttime scrims as well. And they're all helping each other. Like, I feel like you can't sleep on some of these top LATAM and Brazilian players. It's Aesah versus Wasian. Wait a second. This might determine who gets the points. Uh-oh. Oh, no. And wait. Oh, it's so close. What? No one died. 3, 4, 5, 6. Setsuko triggering all of Brazil. Yeah. Has Setsuko been playing in scrims? He has been. we don't have many. I don't have many public stats that I'm able to track in, but the stats that I do have for players, this is what I have so far of players' stats. Tatsuko has played what, 3 games, an average of 5.67. Yeah. Wait a second. Is this real? Ego Illusions has played 5 scrims and is averaged an 8.0. Holy cow. Wow. Oh my god. You know, it's funny because after I said all that, Brazil and Laptop just won it bad. He just won it more. Oh man, that timing. Literally first to 8. Nope, he's just 8. He's just 8. He's 8. Weijin versus Altanahue. I don't think. Oh wait, it's Nico versus Garen. I think Nico can beat Garen. She's healing too much. Oh, never mind. Damn, Aesah went 8th. Crazy. 3 players died. So close. Stand in puddles. Only 2 players. How predictive are scrim stats for tournament success? Low correlation. Low correlation. I'd probably say that it's true for some people. Some people are in good form, do well in scrims. Like Dissoap won regionals last set, and he was. Let me look at this. Let me look at the scrim stats from the last set. Last set. Let's see. Last set, Dissoap was number 2 in scrim stats, and he won regionals. But, you know, Malala got second at regionals. He averaged a 4.9. Kiyun averaged a 5.0, but he did really well, made it to the final lobby. Kane Drew averaged a 3.5. So, like, there's and he got day 1. There's a lot of it that, okay, well, Billy averaged a 6.4, and he also got wrecked, so. North KR Soju. So for some people, it has a high correlation, but for a lot of other people, it's just like not really a thing. I'd probably say it has like a 35 to 40% correlation, in the sense that you can interpret some of this to give you direction for how the field might start shaping up, but on average, it's not really that reliable. What was Aesah board? Aesah's board was just playing around AP, Lucky Gloves, Fast 9. And I just don't know how good Fast 9 is right now. Like, AP Fast 9 is really hard to pull off. He did have, like, a spot he could theoretically go for, because he had Chojin Nashers with Lucky Gloves, so, like, he could just itemize a bunch of stuff, but he ended up just kind of dying. He lost out. He won until 4-3 and then lost like 6 or 7 fights in a row and then died. JD, another top 3. Seven Silas. It doesn't matter. JD has 2 Silases, so I guess he's just waiting for JD to die. It's our boy Bruce. 8 Bruiser Kane with Final Ascension. And here comes the Ascension. JD is dead. I mean, third's not bad. How strong is Fortune in this patch? It's better. They buffed Kaisa, and Kaisa's the main cash out line that you play with Fortune. I played a game today on stream where I went down to 11 HP and I had to win out, and I did. So fortune is very much with this patch. Does Lucky Gov support affect the support TG? I don't think it does, because there's no like lucky combinations that it tries to avoid. But I think it doesn't work there. Whew. Oh my god, 16 HP. Shouldn't he roll here? Is he going Bedge level 10? I mean, Wilf? Yeah, I guess the argument would be what's more likely to secure the win? Is he likely to pick up these last 2 copies? I would say at this gold count, yes, because I think on average, this is how much gold it takes to hit Silas 3 for like a 50% chance. If he rolls to 0, I think he's a 50% chance to hit Silas right now. But if he waits, he increases his odds because he has more gold. He might even pick Silas off the carousel. So he might be waiting for the post carousel roll down so that he has a higher. It sounds ridiculous, right? You have 7 copies of Silas. You only have to find 2, but I think the math says that something like my rule has always been 70 gold with 7 copies. It also increases the odds of being Greek. You can't play it like that. You can't play like that. You have to be able to have trigger discipline. He is going 10. What? He finds 1 Silas immediately? Dude, imagine he rolls like 3 times and just finds Silas 3. Oh, man, that's making me feel like we didn't have to go to. We could have just like rolled for Silas 3. Oh man, I don't know about that one. Chatter is right. For in a 1v1, you can't really wait too long. The other player is not blind. I don't know. This guy has 50 gold and didn't roll for a single Silas, and there's 8 Silases. Still not rolling. This guy's not rolling either. Yeah. So yeah, I think they're taking their sweet time. He levels to 10. Okay, if you're confused watching this, is because, in my opinion, I think that Bruce is not paying that close attention. And so, and like Wilf is kind of getting away with it. I personally think rolling for Silas 3 just like makes too much sense here. He was I think that going to 10 for another Silas 2 is not that great. And if he was trying to roll for like Udyr or 2, the odds of that is at like 80 something goals. He definitely could have hit it very likely on this pull down. He doesn't have anything that's like inherently beneficial for it as well. Like there's no Exalted, there's no like Gifts of the Fallen, Martyr type stuff, which like adding another unit can like be a massive swing. It's not that like Silas 2 is bad, but I personally think that rolling for Silas 3 here is correct.
What? He just gets Silas 3 out of the box.
Okay. All right. All right. Well,
Bruce just concedes.
Never mind. This Wilf guy just saw the line, man. He just knew. Has 80 gold, 7 copies of Silas. Goes to 10, play other Silas. Other guys like, yeah, I'll go to 10 too. And then just gets it off of orb anyways. One rolls, picks up Silas number 8, and then just gets it off the orb. Oh, man. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back, guys. I missed it. What happened? Oh, basically, let me see. Can I clip that? Oh no, I can't. I can't. Let me show you outplayed. So basically,
Man, I'm getting more dogged
here
again.
you go. Instant replay. You see how he has 2 Silas 2s on the board, Silas 2, Silas 2, and these 2 on the bench. He gets the orb, and this orb gives him a Silas 2 on the bench, so he just makes Silas 3. That's what happened. RC, thank you for the prime. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Go to the bathroom. Unable to download spectator data? Wait, what? What happened? Unable to download spectator data? No. Let me reconnect. Oh, we're back. You know, one thing about the TFT team is that needs to be commended, or at least just Riot, is that you know that this wasn't supposed to be out for a while. Spectator mode wasn't supposed to be out until like, was it like next year or something like that? Got Grea. But they got it done this year. So I'm really grateful. Like, honestly, it's such a big value add to my content. It doesn't really do that much for like a lot of the other streamers, but for me, like, it felt like a personal gift. Like, yeah, now you can just spectate. I'm like, whoa. I don't have to watch, like, I don't have to ask them to stream or anything like that. And I get to click into the game and look at their shops and like, I would love it if they added tools to spectator mode as well. Like maybe there's like a drop down menu like this that shows you stats. Like, you guys remember in Dota Auto Chess? Did any of you guys play Dota Auto Chess? You used to be able to press tab and it would bring up like the equivalent of the match history. You know, like these screens, it would bring up something like this if you press tab, and it'll just show you like what's going on. Like that should exist. It definitely exists in the game. So if you can, like, why not just make that like a thing in TFT? You just press tab and you just see what they look like right now. I don't know. Anyways, I think they could do even more, but I'm not gonna get too greedy with it. I already got spectator mode like a year before I thought it was gonna happen, so not gonna complain. I want to ask for more though. Okay, we got sleight of hand. Divine rolls. Ooh, divine rolls into Kha'Zix 3. Okay. Encounter on the carousel. Ram Harvest. So at least 2 people playing Reapers. We got a duelist player for Ripple Overdrive. So this encounter on carousel has a really big swing potential. Not today. Oh man. 3 players angling Reapers. That's not good. That's not good. I mean, I guess if you're playing around Kha'Zix 3, you don't really need Kane 2 for a while. Too healthy, he can play Big Banana. He can play Big Banana. Soraka frontline, Big Banana. Shen Hero Augment. Big Banana. It's a new comp that people are playing, where you frontline Soraka. Okay, I'm gonna warn you, this comp looks dumb, but that's because it kind of is. Big Banana. You re-roll Soraka and you frontline her with BT Adaptive and Hand of Justice, and you can also frontline Zoe as well. Frontline Zoe if you have no mana items and have healing for her, but avoid letting Zoe take main aggro. And you, yeah, you basically play Soraka as an AP frontline bruiser. It's C tier because whenever I look at this in the data, it averages a 5. But apparently people are playing it, and look, it's the end of set. Some of y'all are just hella bored with TFT and just want to try different stuff. Yeah, go for it. Cat had a bet with a series bet with a friend that's saying he can beat me in TFT. What should I play? Play Big Banana. What the F is Big Banana? Okay, Shen 2. That's kind of rough because if you're playing the Shen Hero Augment, people are going to be taking your Shens and stuff like that. Does Soraka target backline? I mean, eventually she does. She like kills the frontline unit and then she targets backline. So she can ambush things, yeah. But she usually tries to just target the closest. Like if she's like here, she'll just target this like little AoE section. Looking good for Ripple. Grea stays on a streak. Gunblade, Edge of Night. Wei Shin's on a 4 loss. Wei Shin's been loose streaking a lot. So what's Wilf gonna play? Probably gonna play some AP with Sleight of Hand. A lot of times you play Sleight of Hand into tempo, into like 4 costs, because Sleight of Hand is just like valuable on higher tier units, unless you're putting it on a 3-star unit. So a lot of times if you're putting like, you know, like Lilia, Nautilus, whatever, you can put like this on Annie, Nautilus, Horn. But I'm not entirely sure what Wilf's line is here. I think he's just open-ended. Part of the tricky thing about AP is that with Syndra and Fated being weaker, I think some people don't feel like you should be playing her, so it puts them in weird spots where they're not entirely sure, so they slam like generic items, and then they're kind of forced to play Lilia if they don't make up their mind. Like Lilia is like the option that you just default to if you just don't have direction for AP. Like psych majors if you're undeclared. It's like I don't even know what to major in. I'm like, okay. Or business majors, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think you can. I mean, we saw China still play Syndra yesterday, so clearly some people are willing to play it, but I think others are not going to be. This looks like sniper wardens for Wei Jin. He's got Rage Blade. He's got the wardens and the sniper setup. Rage Blade IE. Wow, and he drops an Amumu plus an Alawi. Okay, looking good so far. Cam's going for his divine rolls. Didn't really hit much. Looks like he hit more Yones than Kazakhs. Waiting, going for Bard. Oh, interesting. Bard item holder. I like it. Okay, so an easy win for Cam. JD still stuck on Shen 1, but maybe it's enough to win here. Rageblade Yone would win those, just saying. Grea. We can disconnect it again? Dude. That's not good. Is live having stability problems again? Why are so many people disconnecting? This is just live. I'll probably take blistering strikes here. But he's thinking about maybe healing orbs. Oh, keepers. Persuasion spot. Exiles is pretty good for snipers. Persuasion loaded back in. Took exiles. JD took training reward and used it. Wei Jin giving up exiles value. He's trying to lose on purpose, I think. I think this is intentional. No exiles value. He's on a loose streak. I think he's gonna try to power to a 3-5 and then try to stabilize a little bit, like a slight roll on 3-5 into a 4-1. That's a little bit ambitious because I don't think snipers is exactly like a win out comp unless you hit like everything. So I don't know how consistent this is. But Wei Jin's gonna try to do a 3-5 slight roll into a stage 4 roll. Did they kill Faded? I don't personally think they did. I think that it's just not as free. Let's be real, okay? Wasn't Faded kind of OP? Like it was like you would just like put everyone on a ticking timer where they had to kill you before you just got too many Dryad stacks. So it was pretty obnoxious when people hit Ornn 2, Syndra 2, and then they just stopped losing for the rest of the game because they just had way too much. So I think Faded got nerfed, and so now instead of being just like straight up OP, when I say OP, that's probably too heavy-handed a word. It was just very strong, overperforming. Probably the better word I can say. But instead of being in that territory, now it's down to just being like you can play it, but you have to have like a good spot for it. For how stable of a board on 8 cost, I think it was super OP. Yeah, that's fair. Did Aesah outplace Wei Jin last game? No, Wei Jin outplaced. Wei Jin outplaced Aesah. Aesah went 8th. It's actually impossible for Aesah to, yeah, it's actually impossible for Aesah to outplay Wei Jin because He was Aesah. Wait, TFT OP means overperforming, not overpowered? Oh, I'm pretty sure most people were using TFT or using OP and TFT to mean overpowered. I like to think that, you know, we can just use overperforming. I was looking at Wei-Jin's roll. He's to roll a little bit here. Helios, because he's rolling for 3 costs. We also roll for the Amumu and the Alawi. Oh, if he has Alawi too, he might. Oh, what is this? Maybe just use your free rolls, or do you stop here? He stops here. The thing is, he doesn't actually want to lose any of these 2 fights because he's too low HP. He kind of wants to actually win from here, but can people actually kill his back line? No one can kill his front line, but if you can kill his back line fast enough, it won't matter. Oh, it's a Fated player. Oh, Wilf's playing Fated. Here we go. Here we go. Exiles does give snipers like a little bit of grievances because you like lose some of your hex positioning advantage and you don't get to like have Senna give the AD buffs. But it compensates for your frontline being so much better. And also, you kind of want to spread anyways in the late stage of the game for all the AoE. JD on 5 Chads. JD has free rerolls that he's not using. It might be because... I see. So, I think JD's not using his free rerolls because he might have to dip below 50 to hold the units. Like, if he hits another Shen, let's say he even hits 2 Shens, that's great. But then he has to dip below 50 and loses a goal. So, like, using his free roll doesn't actually do anything here. That's good. Good econ play. I want to watch the Shen play. What do you think about the Lux 3 meta? Hold on. Look at how many viable S tier comps and A tier comps there are 9 S tier comps and 11 A tier comps. I'm getting real sick and tired of you in chat say, oh, I'm losing to Lux 3. Oh, no, fix the Reapers. How about you get better at the competitive game instead of just whining in chat? Go stick a pencil up your ear. Whining is fun, though. Yeah, it is fun. That is true. Whining is very fun. Accepting responsibility for my decisions? No. That's not fun at all. Complaining about things out of my control? Yes. Ah, the human condition. All right, let's go ahead and look at this level 8 roll down. Sets. Okay, we got the 4 Warden. Let's go. Okay, but our items are a little bit... Oh, double IE? Hold on a second. Okay. Double IE. I mean, the thing is... Like, I mean, obviously I'm pointing fun, but also... I don't even think Lux, to answer your question seriously, I don't even think Lux might be that good this meta. Or rather, it's not as good as it used to be. There's an increasing amount of people that want to play Wardens and other things. And it's just been harder to hit things like Alawi and Amumu. if you can get the Lux 3 set up and everything like that, it's great. But in Scrims, it's not even doing that well. Like, just it's averaging a 4.9. I'm looking at it right now. Like, again, this is light sample size, but right now, if you're looking at the most popular stuff that's happening in Scrims, 4.9 across the board for the most popular lines. And you're like, well, everything can't average a 4.9. That's because, like, the situational things are, like, doing well. Except for Malphite reroll. Malphite reroll is still averaging a 7. But we'll add more to this. This is just the first 2 days of Scrims. And it's also Scrims that aren't counted as part of the first half of the day on Tournament Realm. So this is the data that we're going to be putting here are always about half the data. I'm not defending him, but I think you may have taken the question a bit harsh. Yes, Lux and Mumu Dragon Lord's game popularity is decent if you hit. I personally think it's great and more comps are more popular, but you have to hit well in some of them. True. No disagreements here. Not disagreements here. Okay, how well is this Faded line doing? Look, Faded's doing great. Faded's 81 HP. Look at this. Who thinks Faded sucks? Wait, Wasian lost? That's not good. Reapers. One-star Reapers. Ghostly Zoe. Duelists. Reapers. Reapers. It looks like it's another 4.9 masterclass by Reaper players. I love playing Lux, but it's trash when you don't hit or scout effectively. Yes. Very true. I think that Lux Janna is a little bit overrated right now. Who do you link now in Faded? I think you do the same thing. It's just weaker and it's not as free. It's not as free. Like you just have to do things a little bit cleaner and a little more efficiently. You can't just like AFK link Syndra and Ahri and hope that everything's good. Just make sure that your damage, like you itemize correctly for it, that you're like before you used to get away with some like BS setups and items because it was just so good. Now you just have to make sure it's cleaner and more efficient and better built, right? Like people would do like, oh, like Shojin adaptive guard breaker Syndra 2 and they'd be hyper stable. Like it's like items were just straight up like kind of they're not bad, but they're obviously not good, but they were still hyper stable anyways because they just hit all the units. Now you have to like make sure you're doing it better. I'm trying to understand what meta changes made the Mythic Invoker of Lilia better than Sage when it was the opposite in the past. Yeah, so one thing about the Sage variation is that with the Sage variant, it's a really expensive 4 and 5 cost variation of it because you want to hit Nautilus 2, Morgana 2, Lilia 2, and then you also want to hit like Wukong and Rakan. And like when you get that stuff online, you're strong. But the problem with it is that you're really dependent on hitting Lilia and Morgana. And people have gotten better at positioning around it because they stopped clumping around it as much. And they also have some bad matchups because melee champions are coming more into meta. And they make it difficult to deal with because Lilia and Morg have a little bit of trouble stalling them as well as bursting them down unless you hit everything. And so the comp in general is just struggling to get it done because it's too slow. But if you get it all online, it's very good. It's almost fair to say that that's like a fast 9 comp in some ways because if you roll so much on 8, it's going to be rare that you hit everything unless you like roll to true 0, and you kind of still need to get to 9. So it's a combination of the meta is a little bit hostile for it. People have gotten better at playing against it, and it's just a really, really expensive comp. Like Lilia is just straight up like the most expensive comp in the game, besides just straight up fast 9ing. I think Lilia's really hard to get online. But you guys saw the game that I played, right? Where I mean, maybe some of you did, but I was in a bad spot, and then I hit everything. I hit Nautilus 2, Annie 2, Lilia 2, and then I stopped losing for like a long time, and then I found a way to make a huge comeback in the game. And then I didn't top 4 because I positioned badly for 2 fights, but that's on me. Oh, you also need yeah. You also need like a ton of items because you want to have items for Lilia, and you want to have front lines for more items for Morgana, and you need items for your front line, and preferably like some of these other units you hit, you have some like Thieves Gloves and utility items. That's partially why I was talking about sleight of hand AP. Like oftentimes just plays into like Lilia's because you can just like throw TGs onto some of these other units. This applies to the Faded line, but I mean Wilf looks like he's cruising to an easy Dryad Faded top 4. Like just I don't know if he wins the game, but this doesn't look bad. Like how can you look at this and like think that Faded is bad? One thing that is more difficult though is it's hard to hit Kindred because a lot of people want Kindred now for the Reapers. What? This guy just gets a tone? We still hit those? Okay. What if he just gets a Reaper emblem? You think Wagen should have greeted for Last Whisper? You don't really... Oh my god, he's a Reaper +1. Okay. And he gets Randuins with Keepers. Okay. Double Duplicator? You can hit set 2. Oh, he's going for Ash 3. He's one off Ash 3. Oh, winning this fight is such a big deal, dude. Oh, and Atsunahoi didn't get the Masterwork upgrade. APM diff. He can't actually Masterwork upgrade. He can't do it mid-fight. Okay's business. Atsunahoi's dead. Another dude, what? Everyone's so slow on their Masterwork. Wait, how many people got Masterwork and didn't upgrade their units or their items rather? Okay, Wagen's rolling for Ash. Sell Mumu. Sell Jax. Oh, he's going for it. He's really going for it. He's really going for it. Oh. Sag. He played for the win out. Cool play though. On the low, he might have been able to win this fight. Probably not. Never mind. He's probably not. I was gonna say if he kept his board normal and he do 2-star his set, he might actually be able to win this fight. But a lot of units to cut through. I'm not entirely sure. Spectral Cutlass Lee Sin. He would have lived. Oh yeah, he probably would have lived, but he's trying to play for like the win out. I respect it. Radiant BT Titans. Little buddies. Oh, great items on Kindred, by the way. Faded player is just crushing through. Are we sure Faded's bad, guys? He's win streaking. I mean, Reaper is lower power level in general in the lobby. Oh wait, does Tristana win this? Oh, it does. Oh, Ghost Fight. I mean, it's 3 Exalted Faded, so like it's better than usual. Fresh Annie and Rek'Sai. You need a certain number of Dryad stack. Okay, what's the number? How many stacks we got? We got 96 stacks. Like, what are the stacks that you want by like stage 4? That's the stabilization, right? Reroll duelists. Did you already play test set 12 or is it not out yet? I I've not play tested it. But also if I did, I'm not allowed to talk about it yet. Nice try, man. Trying to get me blacklisted by Raito? You gotta try harder than that. Lee Sin's dead. If it was Lee Sin 2, could he have done more? Like maybe even assassinate the Syndra? Probably not. I'm pretty sure Wilf just wins out. Ripple is living. Great. A lot of these melee carries struggle with Shen. It's hard for them to kill Shen. Maybe JD versus Wilf. Dude, they ran over the lobby. Benching a champion causes an item to pop off. Oh, that's actually potentially really big for JD because he could pick like the right item that he wants. Okay, Grea is... Oh, he's taking Gunblade off so he can... Or Guardbreaker... Or Gunblade off so he can put it here and Guardbreaker there. Okay. Guardbreaker for max crit. Thing. Ripple's going... Spectral Cutlass on Tristana. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, but Tristana's targeting the Shen, not the Morgana. But she jumps out of the way. Wait, but then where's she TP? Where's she TP? Oh, she TP's bottom right. Okay. I mean, it was kind of woke. I did not know what was going to happen. Is Lee Sin around? Stuns the Shen. CC. Another stun. Oh, Wukong didn't stun either. He fizzled on both stuns. That's crazy. The Lee Sin and the Wukong didn't get the stun off in time. They died right before they were able to land it. And then Ripple goes 5th because of that. These guys just don't play each other. 7 wins, 4 wins. Faded is not a B tier comp for sure. Yeah. That's probably it. We have to move it up. We have to move it up. We'll do some movement. I'll do some movement of it after the stream's over. JD rolling down. Annie 2. Okay. Can he get Exalted in? He is. Okay, so he's getting Exalted in. And he's putting these items onto Ornn. Thresh 3. Behemoth Annie. Okay. Okay. Crown Guard. The problem is that these Ornns aren't actually giving... He didn't position Ornn away to actually get value because he put it in the top right, and the Ornn didn't even give items like with it. So, oh wait, oh my god, wait a second, that was so close, dude. Shen's crazy, man. BT Shen, 18,000 damage, 14,000. I think I would put Ornn here. But I guess he wants, like, maybe he wants Thresh to get the item. As well, reposition. He needs more items onto Azir. I think he actually needs to bench this Kindred and put these items onto Azir. He might have forgotten that he has infinite remover. Oh no, he has an infinite remover on his bench. Wouldn't you rather have these items onto Azir than Kindred? This matchup? Maybe Kindred's actually that cracked. think we have a damage issue. I don't know. I feel like Azir 1 did as much damage as Kindred 2. How many Dryad stacks? 127. So, yeah. All his items are in Kindred. He has an infinite remover, and it's also the Malphite encounter, so you can bench it and get those items back. Putting Azir closer to the other side as well. I mean, JD is not incentivized to move because he's basically saying like, I'm not going to move until you force me to. He is putting his Ord a little bit closer. The thing about these Orns is that they're absorbing a lot of like Syndra's ability here. Set casting is huge. Set casting is huge. Big time AoE. Okay, JD has to mix it up now. He can't just AFK. Declaw for JD. That's kind of nuts. Wilf. Morello? Does he not have anti-heal? Oh, I guess he has. Oh, he doesn't. Ooh. Okay, well, you definitely move items off now. Morello here. Set 2. He might have hit critical mass of like too many stacks. Annie 2. All right. I mean, it's a lot of better of a board. Okay. I like this way better, like way better. I think Wilf can now win the game. I don't know if Shen can do it anymore. Assuming Azir's not trolling and there's like insane fight energy. Okay, Azir trolled. What was that? Azir just cast out on his own back line. Okay. Wait, enough. Dude, does Azir totally trolled this fight, man? He wasted 2 of his casts on like units in the back line. Nautilus. Okay, so he wants the Nautilus for the CC. Smart. I think also he might want to get. Yeah, I think he want those randomness to actually hit frontline stuff. He also could probably give up a little bit of set value as well. JD put all these items onto Udyr too. So I guess Will's trying to position a way for the Udyr to not get to the back line. He's putting Azir close to the left side because he wants the soldiers to spawn next to the Shen. Okay, this is looking better. Oh no, what happened? What happened to the Azir? Just disappeared out of nowhere. That's crazy. What the heck was that? Did the Udyr just wreck them? Oh my god. I think Wilf would like a second form of shred. I think this is where a spot where you probably want double shred because he's shredding only the right side of the board and he's going up against 6 behemoth that has a ton of resistances. Like maybe a second form of shred could be good. Also, it could come down to like what if he rolls good set items as well. BT Declaw, that's pretty good. I'm down for like oh, I was gonna pick an item for like Nautilus, but See if the cat, because CC matters like a lot. So I was like wondering if maybe we want to play around that. Also, the people that said reforge Randuins, I'm kind of down. If this is the way we want to play Randuins, I'm kind of down to just reforge because it's just a useless support item then. Oh, that Azir first cast was money. Attack cast again. Oh, what happened to our CC units? Oh, never mind. Damn. Holding Annie's is questionable. I don't think so. Annie's exalted. They're trying to play around exalted. That was pretty epic. I did not expect the Shen to win out. Listen, man, they nerfed Shen, they nerfed
I'm
Faded,
getting
and
more
they
dogged
both
again.
top 4, top 2'd. It's pretty good. Rosen Venom. Thank you for the prime. The two things that got nerfed went 1-2. That shows you the balance patch. I mean, things are okay. Things are okay. They went 1-2. Like, one of them had to lose. Just saying, man. I'm just saying. At one point, I thought they were playing last patch. Yeah, exactly. It's promising. It's promising. A different thing is winning every single game as well. I'm excited to input some of these stats into the scrim sheet, though. Breaking down that fight. So one thing that's kind of interesting is that I was watching things like this Azir. But do we want Azir to actually be here? Or do we want Ornn to be here? Do we want it to be like he keeps putting Ornn farther away? But like I can't help but feel like if you stack on this side instead, or maybe even towards the middle, and just like focus fire a little bit, because he's the thing that I'm worried about is spreading his damage. But I guess he doesn't want to make Udyr like get to the back line and just like wipe everything. He wanted to spread out. It's hard. It's a hard board state. Those are the kind of fights where you just can't figure it out. So you just say like, okay, whatever. This is just random. It's just fight RNG. Just because it's too hard to figure out otherwise. Completed Anvil. Oh, Replay officially changed his name to TOR Replay. Toronto Replay. Fnatic, Toronto, and Team Liquid. For those of you who missed it, Toronto Ultra signed Replay, Michael, Robin, and Relic. If you're like, what is Toronto Ultra? They're a Call of Duty team. So I messaged Toronto Tokyo and said it's time to rebrand, buddy. Because then now they're going to think him as the fifth man. You can't just be Toronto Tokyo, because then they'd be like, oh, you're on Toronto Ultra? All right. Don't you want Manazane on Azir instead of JG for the faster second cast? Manazane doesn't do that much for Azir because Manazane is much better for things that can cast more frequently. Like you want to cast like 3 or 4 times quickly. And Manazane will like... Does it even help Azir cast more than once? And then after that, you're just stuck with the base stats of it, which aren't very good. Replay takes branching out into Arcanist Emblem. Does he reforge this? I'd be tempted to reforge this because you have Yorick 2, Rek'Sai 2. And you have bruiser items. Mashers. Dude, he would have such a good 80 setup with Stairs Gauge BT or Stairs Gauge Edge of Night. Oh. It's why does it have Fine Vintage icon here? That's so weird to me. Okay, looks like he's gonna lean into this and instead play around Arcanist. Interesting spot. The thing is, reforging the emblem has just so much high risk associated with it, and he can slam Stone Plate. Okay, I like it. I like it. Rage Blade, Gunblade, so Koala might be angling for the Bard. Cam going for Shojin Morello hits the Reaper emblem. Damn. I think these guys might have wished that they could have swapped emblems. Wage and Iverson with a stationary support. JD Zielinski. What did he hit off his Caretaker's ally? The only things that are paired are Aatrox and Riven. Grea with over encumbered. Loose Streak. Ripple with 1, 2s, 3s. Into a loose streak. I was just watching a Hearthstone YouTube video and saw you in it. Was it fun to cast the Hearthstone Championship? Yeah, some of the best times of my life. You guys don't you probably haven't experienced it much, but if you've been to Vegas, you know what it's like when you're in a room. Like, people say strategy games aren't hype, but they're just wrong. Oh my god, this treasure armory is so silly sometimes. Oh, wait. I think I take that. Wait, what the heck? What the heck is this? Okay, I'll take it. Wilf is taking that. Wajan took Guardbreaker, Gunblade, Nashers. JG. That's not that good. Helpful though. Deathcap, Gauge, and Nasher, so you can reforge one of them. JD went Shojin Nashers. Interesting. And then we got Morello Shiv Redemption.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Morello Shiv Redemption.
Hi, Frodaddy Hope.
Q, thank you for 15. Hope everything with the baby. Thank you, buddy. Anyways, what I was talking about. People always say like, oh, TFT is not hype. TFT is not hype. It's just that you guys just weren't there for the Vegas LAN. It's because if you're in a room full of people who like get what's going on, the game is just hype. Like, guess what? League of Legends is hype if no one knows how League of Legends works and they're just watching and they're like, okay. Valorant's not hype if no one plays the game and understands what's going on. You just have to get a room full of people, of TFT nerds who understand what's going on, and it's really exciting. And the same thing was for Hearthstone. When there were moments where like the audience was just smart and they understood that the next draw was really impactful, and then they would understand that card draw was good, and it was just really hype. Like Korea understood Hearthstone really well. They have good Hearthstone players. We did a LAN finals in Korea in Seoul, and literally they were so loud that the ground was shaking. It was crazy. I've never actually experienced that kind of hype before. For a Hearthstone LAN. This was like 2017, 2016. Like, I pity people who actually legitimately think like, yeah, well, TFT is just like not hype. You know, it's just like, wow, it just makes me sad because it means you've never actually experienced being in a room of like-minded gamers for like a game that you're truly passionate about. And Vegas is a really good example of that. It was very good, very, very good. I'm glad that it happened, so I can finally tell people to just like to just, you know, in the words of Mort Dogs, take a pencil up their nose. But also, that also was true in Amsterdam. Like when I did the finals in Amsterdam, we did it in the old Dutch Stock Exchange. That was the finals that Frozen and Tom's 60221 played like this crazy big spell mage mirror versus like it was like the Death Knights and everything like that. It was crazy. Back and forth. It was like Frostlich Jaina. If you guys don't remember what I'm talking about, basically there's like control priest versus control mage, and it was like this epic back and forth. And then there was like this card in Druid back in the day called oh god, what was it called? It was like a 10 mana spell where you would play it, you would summon a 5/5, deal 5 damage, draw 5 cards. Man, dude, my Hearthstone memory is starting to fade. That's actually so sad. Ultimate Infestation, thank you. It was like that meta. It was a very high skill expressive complex meta, and yeah, I'm showing my age. I'm starting to forget Hearthstone cards. It was a really good time, and that was the finals in Amsterdam, and that was hype. I was there on stage when Lion was the first ever woman to win an esports individual 1v1 world championship. That was like history in the making at BlizzCon. I was like, and that was an incredible moment. Like, there's so many good moments that happened in Hearthstone history that like I'm forever grateful for, that I'm glad to be part of. I mean, that might be the pinnacle of my career ever, because like the entire like convention, and it felt like the entire world was like watching that happen, because it was like the viewership was outrageous, like 300,000 people watching. It was probably like 270 something like that on Twitch, but it was pretty wild. And I'm just there standing on stage, like conducting the moment. Like that's like one of my peaks of my career ever. So yeah, Hearthstone was great. It was a truly special time in my life. I think TFT can get there. I think we just need to, one, give it time, but two, like, not just give it time, but also really cultivate the culture of TFT can be exciting. It can be, it can be hype. Like everyone here is, everyone is talking so much about set 11 format. They kind of forgot about what the eye on the prize is, which is like, ultimately TFT wants to get to the point where we're legitimately having many opens. Like there's going to be more than one LAN per year. Like we want to think about TFT in the long term. I think TFT succeeds much more if it becomes a regular community gathering competitive series, as opposed to like VCT Masters, where it's like a $2 million prize pool for like 16 players. I do not think that's the best version of TFT. I think that's actually a quicker way for TFT to just die, because then it's just about whether or not your favorite streamer made it to that top 16, top 24, top 32 players, or like the $5 million prize pool stuff. I don't think that's the best version of TFT personally. Anyways, that's like my really long spiel about it, where I hope TFT eventually transitions to, because those days in Hearthstone are gone. Blizzard could not put in less effort, because they're literally putting in minimal amount of input. Blizzard doesn't even announce, get this, Blizzard doesn't even announce their events until like the day before the World Championship. They had to have the players who were participating announce the player list. That is ridiculous. They couldn't even get like, this is happening and these are the players qualifying. They weren't even posting about it. There's just nobody working on Hearthstone esports anymore. It's done. It's cooked. And it makes me so sad. It's like, it makes me feel like, what was all that effort that we put in together as a community, right? Some people are talking about the podcast that I did. Like, we helped build up so many of these things, and it just feels like they just said, okay, let's take the YouTube deal, which they threw in Hearthstone in. We'll cash out, we'll kill the golden goose, and just like take what we have left, not reinvest it back, and then yeah. And then COVID gives them it gives them a very convenient excuse to cut back on expenses across the board. They were saving money doing a bunch of stuff on COVID, because they weren't renting out studios anymore. We did everything online and said, wait, we're not spending that much money. we can continue to scale back. Well, lo and behold, less interest happens and things spiral the other way, and all of a sudden a thriving, bustling community and scene just completely starts to wither. And then you add to the fact that Hearthstone's getting older and other new games. It was a really bad time. Anyways, I'm just ranting at this point. I'm done. I make it feel like I'm just like mad at them. I'm not really mad at like the individuals who ran it. I'm just mad at like the company, which doesn't even do anything. It's unproductive because Activision is not really in the picture anymore. It's like Microsoft. Anyways. Part about TFT dying, it's already happening just without the money part cap. But TFT's not dying. TFT is the only game that's actively like increasing the number of expansions it's doing per year, that's hiring more people, that invested more money into TFT esports. Riot took money away from Valorant and League of Legends this year. What's happening to LEC? They cut budget. They laid off employees. What's happening to every other like part of the League of Legends ecosystem? They're consolidating. In Valorant, they're scaling back the amount of money. TFT got money increased this year. What does that mean? What do you mean TFT is dying? Because encounters offered you a Radiant item when you didn't want to? Because Soju didn't make regionals despite putting in almost the bare minimum of effort. Like he tried, like Soju tried, but he didn't really try to make it regional. That is why TFT is dying? Get a grip. Sign, thank you for the 9 months. All right, anyways, I'm not even talking about the game anymore. I'm just like straight up. Now I'm just turning into like Northern Lion with blue hair. I'm just getting mad at people who aren't even trying to argue with me and then getting stun locked without even addressing what's happening on my screen. You're just ranting with no reason. Yeah, exactly. I'm stirred up. I'm fired up. The X game is dying. People are a special kind of breed. They make actually no sense. I mean, what they're really saying is I'm less interested in this game, and I see other people doing the same. Like they, I personally think
I'm
the
getting
game
more
is less
dogged again.
exciting. I'm less
One
invested.
guy.
Okay, replay, by the way. Let's look at his spot, because I struggled a little bit with Arcanist. I managed to squeeze out a narrow top 4 with Arcanist, but it's because I hit like the Giga Exalted. Let's see if he's got the juice. Sign on, thank you for the 4 months, buddy. I never watched him, but Northern Lion clips are hilarious. He's very funny. And he happens to be eloquent. And he's also on the other side of maturity for like a Twitch streamer, which is huge. He has something called perspective. He's knowledgeable. He's witty. He's also like, he's kind of like a kind of grumpy dad. That being said, Northern Lion also doesn't like TFT. He makes fun of TFT. Whenever someone says like, would you ever play TFT? He actually calls it mental illness. But that's okay. No one bats 1,000. I was bound. It was a matter of time before Northern Lion had a horrible take. And that's okay. Everyone gets one. You just hit a Loon 2. You replays rolling on 7. Trying to find a Lowy. Needs to hit 6 Arcanists. Ari, Amumu, and Soraka. I see. Arcanist, Soraka. I can see it. About 3 years ago, Northern Lion started going down to Battle Arc, but he recovered. Wait, what happened 3 years ago? I must have tuned out during that time. That's during COVID. Oh, I mean, if people went down to bad path during COVID, I can't even blame them. It was tough. I mean, we all barely survived. The reason why I survived is because I happened to meet my future wife like 6 months before COVID started, so it ended up just being a hyperbolic time chamber of dating. Like we emerged from like the reason why I mean I already kind of knew I was gonna like propose her, but the reason why I like truly knew is because we spent every day together from COVID, and I had the time of my life. So COVID wasn't that bad for me, but for like every other area of my life, it was pretty bad. If you leave the game, you only notice and remember people talking about the same thing. But if you see comments that people like the game, you forget soon after if you don't relate. Yeah, and that's the same too. By the way, people might think Hearthstone's a dying game. No, I was talking about the Hearthstone competitive scene. Hearthstone still has millions upon millions of players of like that every game dev would dream of. They would like sell their soul for. They still make a lot of money. It's just that, you know, maybe their esports scene isn't thriving. Maybe they're not like top 3 in category on Twitch, but that's okay. I get memed on because a long time ago, like 4 to 5 years ago, I made a tweet about Hearthstone being like a game that's going to stay around for another decade. And that actually got people so excited because they thought the future of Hearthstone was in a really good spot. And I get memed on a lot for that, which is like fine. Because a part of it was me to drive engagement and to hype things up. But yeah, it's all good. But like, I still do think that the game, like, yeah, maybe the game is different than how you want to play it, but like maybe you want to play old Hearthstone, but I still think that it's a good game and people are still having fun, and that it's a successful game, and that's like if that's the game they like to play, like, good for you. By the way, Darius 3 reroll. How cool is this? We're seeing Darius reroll. We're seeing some Arcanist. We got Bard reroll. I'm just watching this happen, man. Remember when he took Death Cap and like Guard Breaker off of his items despite having like BT Titans? He must have known that he could have gone for something like this. Who is Koala? That is Koala Esbelto, the winner of Tacticians Cup #2 from Brazil. Also skipping Porcelain Crest in Grea's spot. I don't think Porcelain Crest is that good. I think Porcelain Crest is only good if you can get like a vertical porcelain going for basically free. The times where I think Porcelain Crest is really good is if you get it off of like a Wandering Trainer. Other than that, it's like usually good if the unit is like, it's good on 3-2 if you can complete a Mumu-2 and play like a strong core board. But yeah, you usually struggle if you're playing Lux Janna into getting 4 porcelain consistently because you have to get Ash, which is like, eh. Check Google Trends of TFT and Hearthstone. I mean, I feel like TFT is more popular, but that's not gonna like reign forever. One of these days, TFT and Hearthstone might have the same Google trending like searches. And then what leg we're gonna stand on. That's why I firmly believe. So TFT is gonna get to the point where the game is gonna hit a period. Like right now, TFT is going through puberty. We're trying to understand so many different things that are changing about the game, about our preferences, about the player base, our knowledge of systems and set design and mechanics. Right, where our voices are starting to drop a little bit. All of a sudden, we just, you know, we're really developing our perspectives on the game and outlook on the world. TFT is in the middle of puberty. As the player base continues to age, and I know you guys like to joke that TFT is a boomer game, but the reality is it's really hard for this game to be played by boomers. Like, I've never tried. Like TFT is like the hardest game to teach old people for sure. But you're talking about like older gamers. We're gonna have to figure out what it means for TFT to be around for 10 years, for 15 years, for 20 years, because I think that'd be the best case scenario. I don't want to have to do this again. Like when I say have to do this again, I don't want to have to like build up another community and do everything. I want TFT to kind of be like it for me, in the sense that I just want this to be. I think we have a good thing going. I would love to keep it going for a long time. And I think that the stability of the competitive scene is a big part of that, because I do think that's the way for a lot of the players to graduate into the game, because as they continue to level up, finding ways to plug into community is a really big part of it. And I think that's one thing that TFT is lacking. I think they need to really figure out the community part of it. Wait a second. This guy's playing reroll Aatrox carry as well? What the heck? We got some chefs in the house. 6 Bruiser, Aatrox 3. TFT is in puberty. Can we expect the Dr. Disrespect to pick up the game soon? Got him. And for the record, no, I did not know anything about it. Some people are like very insistent that a lot of people knew and just kept their mouth shut. They're like, oh, Twitch knew. Dude, very few people at Twitch knew. In fact, I'm willing to wager that the people, like, I didn't know, my team didn't know, my department didn't know, my department head didn't know, and my department head's boss didn't know. But probably his boss knew. But at that point, you're getting to like the core executive team. There's a lot of people who are like, man, like, why did Twitch sit on this? Like, dude, none of us really knew, man. Maybe the person that was looking at the messages that reported it, and like the people who were privy to that information, but it was held. Now the question is, why did they hold it instead of like do other things? Like, I'm not entirely sure. You have to ask them. No one knew, man. We were all curious. We kept asking. We definitely have joked many times. Where they're just like, hey, like, we really need to pull through. Let's hit these. Let's hit these numbers on the quarter. Let's do all these different things, and then we'll figure out some kind of reward. And then we, sometimes people joke like, okay, like, let's have like a night out at Topgolf. They're like, no, we can't do that. It's too expensive. Like, okay, how about you tell us what happened to Dr. Disrespect? There's so many different jokes about that kind of stuff culturally at the company, but none of us knew. What did Dr. Disrespect do? He was sexting a minor. And I mean, that in itself is bad enough to stop most people, but he also had some other things come out about him in the process as well. Also, it wasn't just about that, but it was also the way, dude, this Aatrox is actually going crazy. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Is this tech? Arsenal Ascension, Caretaker's ally? I mean, he's beating, what is he beating? He's beating Darius 3. Okay, hold on. That's not real competition. We need him to go up against like, some of the meta comps here. 7 Story Weaver. But like Dr. Disrespect, for example, eventually spoke out to the accusations and then edited his tweet. Like, he posted his tweet saying like, I was in contact with a minor, and then he edited that tweet out to take minor out, but then realized that people could see it because people can actually see what you edit out of your tweets, so he edited it back in. It was like, I don't know, man, that's just I wonder if I was I was on the set of some comedy sketch. I was just like looking around like, am I on camera right now? Am I being punked? Okay, we finally lost to a real board. Wage and win 8th. I just could not understand what was happening. It was surreal. But you have to admit one thing is that this dude has so much confidence. The balls on this guy are huge. He was actively tweeting like, why doesn't YouTube give me a contract? Why aren't people like sponsoring and partnering with me? Like, thinking that he's like untouchable, like no one will ever find out. Like that takes a special level of confidence that like he missed. That I don't think I'll ever have. Like, he straight up kept doubling down publicly. That is like the most impressive part to me. I mean, if he loses this, is a bar 3 diff, like 100%. But looks like he might barely win. I don't think we can kill this Tom Kench. Sometimes Tom Kench just like, he just solos everything. Damn. Do you guys want some tech? There are some builds in China that plays just straight up Tom Kent reroll and just that's it. Like they play Bruiser. If they get +1 Bruiser, they play Tom Kench 3, and then they play like Morgana in the back or something like that. Morgana plus like, you know, Zyra. If they know that it's good into the lobby, and it actually like we saw that in scrims like yesterday. It was just like straight up just Tom Kench 3 plus Morgana, and that's it. Confidence or delusion, maybe both. I mean, in some ways, you have to be kind of like a madman to think that you could put on sunglasses and a wig and act like a dude who time traveled from 40 years ago of gaming and like think that you could be like a global superstar with a bunch of sponsorships and things. Like you have to have a certain amount of delusion to think you're going to be successful in this industry. Like Mortdog's in chat. What up? Mortdog is a little bit delusional. Like he thought that he could make it as a game designer once upon a time, when game dev is like one of the hardest jobs to ever be successful at. And even if you are and Mortdog is very successful, you have to deal with the amount of abuse and harassment and that's an external forces. What about the problematic things of happening inside companies, right? Like what if there's politics and bureaucracy you have to play around there, or if you're like heaven forbid you're a woman in Blizzard or Riot, like, you know, a decade ago, or have to deal with all that different stuff, or just deal with the fact that you know, achieving game success is hard. You have to kind of be delusional to be successful in this industry. Mordog says true. There you go. Okay, replay went 6th. JD wins 5th. Aatrox 3 wins 5th. Darius 3 top 4 though. That's pretty cool. I mean, I was kind of rooting for JD. He got caretakers into Aatrox and tried to play Aatrox 3, but hey, maybe sometimes you need to play for a 5th in tournament just to advance. He gets Aatrox reroll into a 5th. That'd be cool. Can Darius kill Tom Kench? What the heck? Is Darius 3 busted? Wait a second. Is Darius the counter to Bard? I mean, doesn't have artifacts. So he doesn't have like the Wit's End, the Forbidden Idol type stuff. So there's nothing like particularly exceptional about this Bard build. Typing woman equals ban. Wait, what happened? Dude, is Darius 3 the tech? I mean, this is cool. I don't know if he's gonna get better than 4th though. Okay, we got Lux Janna.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
I need that ad-free.
I need the ad-free viewing for regionals. Sounds good. Okay, Lux 3. I got you, buddy. Darius is paper squishy. I mean, not that squishy. If he has Soraka 3, he would clear him. Sure, he doesn't have Soraka 3. Okay, can Darius beat this Lux Diana reroll? Hold on a second. Darius in the back line? Darius in the back line? Darius? Oh my. Hold on a second. Oh, he didn't die. You guys, what is happening? What is happening? Is Darius gonna win the game? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably gonna get like 3rd, but I mean, even then, 3rd's pretty good. Okay, Soraka 3. Okay, this is really good spot for Koala. Really good spot, dude. How many items do he have? Holy shit! Rageblade, Gunblade, Shojin Morello, Shiv, Declaw, Redemption, Steadfast, Stoneplate, Quicksilver Protector's Vow. Complete item Anvil. Janet Treasure Armory. Support item. Like, this is... My god. I gotta watch this Darius again. Should we add Darius reroll back to the tier list? I mean, we did like a couple patches ago. Back when duels was a thing. Or like the thing that people played. I'm down for him to live. Wait, he can't live. He's dead. I mean, it's a good third. It's a good third. Strong third. Oh, wait, never mind. It's a fourth. After all that, so much work for a fourth place. Nah, that's sad. That's so sad. That's so sad. It's not reroll. I'm pretty sure he spawned in 9 on tempo. Oh, but that's not how we categorize. If there's a 3-star, we just call it reroll in TFT. Just so, come on, man. If it's a 3-star unit, it's a reroll comp. That's just how it works. What are your thoughts on 8 Arcanists? It's surprisingly not that good because you struggle unless you hit their 3-star frontline. Like, you can't really hit a Mumu 3 and a Laui 3 very consistently. So you tend to flounder a bit. But it does have some really good augments to start things off, because if you can get, like, you know, Arcus Crown with like Zoe and Shiv, you have your opener. And if you get like 2-star, you can tempo really well. So there's been times where people, instead of rerolling Arcanists, just like push levels and cruise to like a top 3, top 4 based off their HP advantage. But I don't think 8 Arcanists is like that reliable. But if you do hit everything, like let's say you hit Zoe 3, Lux, like let's say you play the Lux setup, but instead of playing around Dragon Lords, you play Arcanist. Mumu 3, Alawi 3, Zoe 3, Lux 3, whatever. Like, it can definitely like win. Pretty rare. I think it's more conditional on not just hitting 8 Arcanists, but also hitting something like Jewel Lotus. If you hit Jewel Lotus 3, how does one get so strong to pick up their entire house and walk it to another state like Mort? Actually, when does Mort move to Washington? Are you moving like? Aren't you like moving tomorrow or something like that? I mean, that was cool. We saw Aatrox in the top 4 or top 5. I mean, that was pretty cool. Maybe not good enough for like a top 4, but sometimes you have to learn how to play for a 5th. Like, he got Caretakers and played around Aatrox 3, man. I mean, it's pretty dope. I do think Aatrox, I kind of wish that he actually ended up carrying. Maybe if Aatrox scaled off of something else besides straight up AP. But I guess he already has 3 traits, and the traits that you splash in can be really good. Like Bruiser can be good, Ink Shadow can be very good, Ghostly can be good. It's just like you're not trying to over budget for that. Frodan, when's the next tournament you're covering? Is there a schedule somewhere I can see of your plans? The next tournament I'll be covering is the North American Golden Spatula. There's a schedule you can check. America's TFT esports.teamfighttactics.leagueoflegends.com/roadmap. Oh, it's a 404. There you go. There's an easy link. You can check my schedule. And upcoming events. The TFT, the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables America's Golden Spatula Day 1. A 9-word intro to the actual game. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables America's Golden Spatula Day 1. I was making a joke earlier that There's just too many. There's just too many tacticians and tack and team and other things. The team fight tactics, Inkborn Fables, tacticians trials. Toronto Tokyo tries to top 2 at the team fight tactics tacticians trials. What about the Saudi event? The Saudi event is August this weekend, 9th to the 12th, I think, or 9th to 11th. Or is it the week before? Dude, I don't know. Hold on. I look at the Liquipedia, will tell me. Liquipedia will tell me. It is on August 8th to 11th. August 8th to 11th. And they have now Toronto Ultra, Michael, Replay, Relic, and Robin. Congrats to those guys. We got Team Vitality, GK Esports, but I'm still taking Fnatic. Who maintains Liquipedia? It's a group of Liquipedia volunteers. Tanner's a big part of it for China as well. Navi. This is the most random thing to me. Like, Navi signs a Korean team. It's like, whoa. Okay. Azir moves the Augments from 3-2 and 4-2. Okay. Do you think Riot took inspiration from SpongeBob with the golden spatula? Probably not. But maybe. Aren't spatulas like a thing in League of Legends as well before TFT or no? Is it League reference because of Earth? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought spatulas were like a thing in League. But maybe. Okay, we got Wasian Iverson. Jax. Timo, Yorick, Lee Sin, and Syndra. And the portal is Azir. 3-2, 4-2, Aug. When is regionals? A week from today. We're coming down to the last few days of the season. It's exciting. Oh, we cashed out our prediction. We need a new one. Okay, 10 gold. Caretaker's ally. Just rips it instantly. Best silver in the game. Gets Kiana. And he has a Kiana pair. It's a Kiana too. Comfort zone. Replay. That's not good for the rest of the lobby. Band of Thieves. I just want to watch already. Well, don't worry. It's going to happen soon. I mean, I'm thinking Band of Thieves here. And then Grea got Kindred. Aren't those the two best options? No. The two best options are like Timo and Kindred. But Kiana has to be up there for good starts for caretakers. Kiana has to be up there. Probably like top 5. Did Replay leave Liquid? He did. To join the Toronto Ultra so that they can have a team for EWC. What's the most recent replay command? This content is no longer available. Oh man. The My Next Chapter. Does anybody still have it? The My Next Chapter. Oh. But yeah, replay left. Liquid to join Toronto. Okay, we have a wager for prediction. Grea, replay, and Wasian. Replay got Caretaker's Ally with Kiana 2. Grea got Caretaker's Ally for Kindred. And Wasian got Band of Thieves with early Ink Shadow Tattoo of Fury, and then the Exalted is Jax, Teemo, Yorick, Lee Sin, and Syndra. If you guys remember last time we saw this Exalted, Terry ended up playing this Exalted with Reapers. He played Yorick, Teemo, and Jax, and then eventually got in Lee Sin. It was kind of wild. For the official casters for EWC, I don't think I'm allowed to say it yet, but it's not me. I turned down the invite. I didn't feel comfortable with it personally. Like it's different. It's different when, because the thing is, talent, they specifically said talent have to like do content around it and speak highly about things, you know what I mean? Like if you go and look at all the talent announcements, they all say like, you know, I'm so excited for this, and it's kind of like generic copy pasta, but it's literally written in the contract terms that you have to say positive things about it on social media, and you're required to post about it. And it's just like that's like I don't want to be the mouthpiece for that kind of stuff. The event, I'm glad like the event is happening for the TFT community. I don't want them to get it twisted. I'm not like super happy that like the circumstances around Saudi Arabia like are like what's enabling the event. But I'm happy that the event is like happening for the community. Like it's a good thing for TFT. But like it was just too much. Like to me, I was like, to be like a mouthpiece for this whole thing. It's a lot of money, but you know, I have a lot of support. Other casters could use, like there's actual TFT casters who lost their jobs, so I was like, they could probably use the money. Like for me, to purely take it would just be greed. I don't need it. I'm in a spot where,
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
things are like it wouldn't change my life. Mainly for some other TFT casters, they legitimately would not be able to pay like rent because they're losing their jobs. Like the EU casters, they might take it. They don't have a job anymore. Riot just cutting the main broadcast. Like what are they supposed to do? So there's like that, and but I'm not like on a moral pedestal. Like I'm not, because I co-stream the event. So for some people, I'll be like, yeah, like, you know, good for you. You have no association with it. I already co-streamed the event, so like I'm already in a lot of people's mind a hypocrite. So like I'm not your role model there, if that's the line you want to delineate. So I'm not trying to like grandstand. I'm just everyone has the line that they draw somewhere. That was my line. That's all I'm saying. I drew my line there. Are you still co-streaming it? I have to figure out if I am. I already co-streamed the qualifiers, so like I guess I'm like in it, and it was a fun event. Like I'm not even like saying like, you know, I'm unhappy the event happened. Like the event was great. The qualifier was pretty cool, right? Who enjoyed the 4v4? That was great. That was eye-opening. I enjoyed it way more than I thought it did. The format was also better than I thought it would be. So there's some positives that came out of it. I'm glad that Quickshot got a shot at it because he lost his job with the LEC. I mean, he's getting like a ton of blowback for it because he was really against the Neom deal, the NEOM deal. That was like basically the Saudi Arabia was going to sponsor LEC from all those years ago, and he took a public stance about how it's like, you know, blood, like built on blood money, and like, you know, we don't want to be part of that. And now he takes, so a lot of people are taking offense to the fact that like he used to stand so strong with these people and try to be like an ally, and then now he's getting blowback. The 4v4 format needs to be implemented in the client. I mean, I feel like 4v4 would be fun, but the problem is you have to find friends. And I'm not here to say like none of you guys have friends. I'm just saying it's hard to find 3 friends to play 4v4 with that are like-minded. You know what I mean? Like where you are equally skilled, and it's not just like think about it from Valorant's perspective, how hard it is to get like a stack going without feeling like there's always like a Giga Smurfs doing that, like the skill disparity of that. It would be hard to actually implement that. To be honest, you have to be consistent or the stance. Yeah, I don't know. I agree with that. I mean, I do think like Monte Cristo is kind of like, you know, I just have this image of Monty whenever he tweets. He just sits in his chair and he like puts his fingers together. Like, I don't know why. It feels like he it just feels like he wants to have these like moments where he's like, ha ha ha, gotcha. And I like Monty. He's a friend of mine. But like he tends to call people out on their consistency issues as opposed to like whether or not they actually take the bag. And I do agree with that. I do think people should be consistent with that. I try not to. Like, I think some people, like, are very quick to judge other people all the time and, like, write them off as, like, bad humans or good humans because in their mind, they just want to pass judgment on these kinds of things. There's an event in my life that was a very eye-opening experience. And I think maybe you guys can draw a couple of the lines between things. Or read between the lines here, rather. That's how the idiom is phrased. But there's an international incident that happened in Hearthstone where a Hong Kong player was trying to make a stand for Hong Kong, and he got in trouble for doing a public protest in his game for Hearthstone Grandmasters. He was trying to specifically protest against China, and it turned into an international diplomatic incident. Where literally members of Congress were stepping into Activision Blizzard and saying like, please don't punish this player for protesting. He got his like prize money taken away. He got in big trouble. The casters who were part of it also got like, they lost their jobs and livelihood. It was a whole ordeal. And I was in the center of this, and it was particularly very difficult. This was a very eye-opening experience for me, but it was particularly very difficult because my family is in China, and this is not to me to brag or anything, but like the people that my mom worked with knew who I was, and they knew what was going on. And so it's just one of those things where taking and I got a lot of flack for not saying anything. I was the only caster that didn't say anything. And I got completely torched for not taking like a public stance on this. But like every other caster was like stepping down publicly or like they were like doing all these different things and rightfully to try to like speak for what they believe in, whether or not their intentions were pure or not. I'm pretty like whether or not they felt like they had to do it for pure. I'm not here to like analyze that. I think all of them did what they thought was the right thing to do. But like I couldn't say anything. And that like and also I got raked over the coals by like a good amount of people. It was a really interesting experience in my life. I'm actually glad that happened because it helped me get a lot of perspective on what people really want. Yeah, it was a very difficult time to be in the middle of the center of that for like to be Hearthstone. I never expected Hearthstone to actually be in the center of that, but that's like part of the reason why I didn't say anything. So. I was living in Hong Kong at the time. It was spray painted all over the streets of Hong Kong. The words "fuck Blizzard, fuck LeBron," and shout out to being tear gassed in support of Hong Kong. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough out there for a lot of the Hong Kong people that were trying to like protest. It was a difficult time. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you can go ahead and look it up for yourselves. But I mean, it was a pretty hard incident to go through, and I think that like taught me a lot about like what it means to try like a lot of these people. What I'm trying to say is it's so much easier to say those things if there aren't things on the line. if there's no skin in the game. And a lot of people like talk from the ideals and sometimes kind of misunderstand when other people aren't taking these stances and whatnot. You have to have a little bit more sympathy for them. So I don't. The whole point of what I'm trying to go at, trying to speak about is I have a lot of empathy for people who have to like be in a tough position and might take something that's like an unpopular stance, like working this side of the event. I'm not gonna like rake the move because I don't know their circumstance. I don't know their circumstances. Like maybe there could be other things that play that I don't know, and I think that gave me a lot of perspective. Okay. Anyways, enough about like that. Replay has Kiana 3 and he is big time chilling. He has Kiana 3 at 3.5. I was checking on Grea's point of view. He has 7 Kindred. Just needs 2 more to hit Kindred 3. And then Wage and Iverson, the other player that we're wagering on, is trying to reroll for Senna, but he is nowhere near. Wait, is he trying to go for Senna? He might be trying to go for Ashe? His spot looks terrible right now. Low HP. Kind of low econ. Senna 1, Shen 1. If I got Challenger now and don't pay for the set, will I decay out? Yep, I think so. You have 14 days before you decay, so yeah, you need to play your decay games. Not sure what his waging plan is. I think he wanted to play for Senna, but he is just not hitting. Tattoo of Fury. But he's rolling 4 costs, so I think he's trying to go to Ashe because his items for Senna are not very good.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Or rather, his items for Senna are not optimal. You don't really want Rageblade on Senna. The best strat is to be Hearthstone Emerald for 100 games. Challenger is for losers. Yeah, cope harder. Challenger's the best. All I'm gonna say is Challenger players, there's a lot of Challenger players in TFT that found... Oh, wait. Hold on a second. We hit Aesah 2. Wow. And he is about to cash out. A lot of Challenger players have found, like, their girlfriends and boyfriends. And I'm just saying that I don't know many Hearthstone Emerald players that don't. I have a sample size of, like, 10 people, but that's just what I'm going to go off of. Because it conveniently fits my narrative. Yeah. Anyways, D-Rob, thank you. Well, I am Emerald because I have a girlfriend. Yeah, yeah. I believe you. I mean, actually, I do believe you. I do think that in the end, spending time with your loved ones and partners is a worthwhile endeavor. I wish you the best of luck. And honestly, sometimes you probably don't even want to get Challenger, because if you get Challenger, then what? Are you going to get Challenger again? Maybe you actually don't want to be Challenger, because if you do, what happens after that? Okay, Aesah is streaking. He's looking good so far. Wage and Iverson barely wins. Ripple Overdrive. That's how I feel every time I hit Challenger. Man, what a flex. Every time he hits Challenger, guys, that's how he feels. HP, AD, and AP. I mean, AD for him. Probably AD here as well. Grea's spot, Kindred 3. I mean, out of the people that I feel like Grea's spot is actually pretty good. His items are pretty good. He just needs a 2-star Ornn and 2-star the rest of his board. But his spot's not bad. The best time to climb is straight after watching Frodan's Crow stream of a tournament. You'll be juiced up with tech. Yeah, that's true. It is true. You'll like get inspired. You'll like open up your mind. I think part of it is that when you watch the co-stream, you just pick up a lot of bits of knowledge, and then as time goes on, your mind just weaves the webs together. Like your subconscious puts them together, and you're like, oh wait, that's right. I'm not supposed to slam this item. I'm supposed to hold here. Oh wait, this augment is bait. I'm not supposed to do that. The highest chance for it to click is after you've just like heard a bunch of information in tech, and then you start putting all those things together, because you have a lot of the core pieces. You're just missing some of those connective branches, right? You have the seeds planted, and you know how to play Fated, but you hear 10 things about it of how to play it better, and then all of a sudden it just like comes together. This is my first set ever. Watching streamers has really improved my games. I'm Plat 2 now after 100 games. Wow, that's amazing, man. That's a great job. Plat is good. But if you can get to Plats, you can definitely get to Emerald, especially if you watch streamers. And also, maybe it's just me, but I think Diamond players, Emerald players are actually quite similar. They're just like maybe Emerald players are just a tiny bit less consistent. But I also think that like Diamond players, they just go on a hot streak, can hit Masters as well. So it's like you might as well just push for Masters. I hear Dish Soap's voice in my head while playing. Would you guys want to ever have a Dish Soap AI? You know, you guys know how there's like an extension in League of Legends where there's Tyler 1 who like looks at what's happening and he like yells at you. It's like AI. It's like Tyler 1 AI assistant and he's yelling at you. What if we had a Dish Soap AI that tells you what to do? Would you guys download that app? Everyone can get to Masters with enough games played. I mean, that's generally true, but that's also not true. That's true from the perspective of if you assert yourself and really try, you can. But the reality is not everyone is interested and have the availability or have the capability of actually doing it from the skill set required, which is like sit down and study, to sit down and like learn through intuition. Like not everyone can do it. It's not true. It's not. You're right in the sense that anyone can do it, but not everyone. That makes sense. It's open access to anybody that truly wants to do it, but there's just a lot of people that don't want to. Because then I ask you another. So some people, they say, okay, then I hit Masters in TFT and I play in a way I don't want to play. Like I wanna hard force Malphite reroll every game, or you know I'm a Teemo main. Heaven forbid, there are some people who are Teemo mains out there. Like I'm a Teemo main, I play Teemo every game, and it's like, well, to climb Masters, you have to play like Sniper Wardens and play like all this other things. Like I don't want to play like that way. If I get to Masters, I would get to Masters my way, the way I want to, and that way I'll feel happy about it. There's a handful of players that would rather go 8th Every single game, they would rather uninstall TFT than have to play, you know, again, like Lee Sin duelists, because they just have like a thing against their junglers or whatever. There's some people who like legitimately would rather just play the way they would want to play, and if they go Ace, so be it. Okay, Wei Jin's going 8th, by the way. Speaking of going 8th. And so, you know, so they get Masters, and then they're like, okay, so then what? I didn't enjoy it, and now I wasted like a lot of time feeling like I didn't enjoy that entire process. And I get Masters, and I just get shit on anyways. I'm a Masters player now. I'm typing it in chat, and people just type XDD, Keck W, Masters opinion disregarded. You know, you ask an honest question. It was always Gunblade there, no? I just hit you load up your favorite streamer. You're like, my God, it helped me get to Masters. I finally get some credibility. I played like 300 games to get here. You know, it's hard with like a job and family and whatever, and like going out social life, but I finally did it. Amazing. Isn't salvage been really good from this spot? Question mark. Timed out for 24 hours. Like what? I was just asking a question. That's the Masters player experience. You want that guy to go through it, or he can just literally go throughout life playing Teemo every game and just enjoying TFT as a video game. Long distance pals. Is long distance pals good for this line? I always feel like with long distance pals, it griefs like your ability to focus fire as melee comps, and it kind of makes it awkward. Let's see it. How do pro players approach a new set coming up? Do they just spam PB? They play their favorite games that they've been wanting to play for a while, like League of Legends, off-season, or maybe they try Elden Ring, Valorant. And then they come back and they ask their friends who've been playing PB, what's the tech? What's good? Their friends tell them, the friends who've been loyally grinding, like Dish Soap and Frodan and Raditz and Becca, who've been like playing PBE, tell them. And then they're like, okay, cool. And then they just spam that the first day and climb the Masters, and they're just like, man, this set is so shit. I just played Bilgewater to Masters in 100 games. I don't know. That's what they do. That's how pro players approach the new set. Actually, you know what? I'm really excited for set 12 because EWC might change a lot of that. I think people who don't take PBE seriously on EWC are going to struggle. If people are going to go into EWC like, oh, whatever, I'm just going to like take PBE off and just try to learn it through live, they're going to really the PBE grinders are going to be rewarded. So like all the people are like, oh, I can't really get excited about PBE. And they're going to be like, well, I'll take it seriously if I have something on the line. Let's see what happens when they take it seriously. Bro, no one is taking PBE off. Oh, I mean, that's not what I heard, but maybe no one on Fnatic. How would you take PB off if you're bound for EWC? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I was shocked at what I was hearing. I mean, Aesah's board looks so good. Well, he has 3 IEs. Does regional start tomorrow? No, it's in a week from now. 1 week. Regionals in 1 week. Worlds in 2 weeks. And set 12 in 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. Which is like perfect, by the way. Like if you want to go play like the Elden Ring DLC, like go do that. That probably takes like 2 weeks if you're doing it not as a full-time thing. And then bam, set 12 of PB's back. So we got 2 duelists. Oh no, this is Heavenly Kane. And we got Kaisa Zaya and we got Dryad. Another game of pretty much just all 4 costs, no rerolls. I guess this counts as reroll, but like Caretakers is like barely reroll. Like sometimes you reroll for it, a lot of times you're not. Just Caretaker's tempo. There's a 3-day break between Last Worlds and PBE launch GG's. I mean, 3 days is like plenty. Like, just what are you doing anyways for 3 days? Like, what would you even do? I'm pretty sure 3 days after day 2, you're probably like, all right, get me back in. Oh, you said 3 is plenty? Oh, okay, okay. I mean, TFT is pretty ruthless. It is such a hard grind season, and then you have to like, you just have no breaks. That's the one thing I have qualms with right now, which is like, there's really no off season for TFT. If you do well, there's really no off season. I mean, for me, there's no off season as well because I'm always covering like the tournaments and championships and things like that. Kindred 3. Home against replay. Let's look at Ripple. Ripple's the only player that can really die here. I don't think Grea's gonna die. Wukong 2. Long distance pals, keepers. Got the Titans feeding the synergy. Wukong's in the back line. Can't get past his Galio. Jeez. That's just a 1 item Galio we couldn't get past. I mean, Silas also did a good job tanking, but man. 1 off Silas 3, 1 off Kaisa 3. I think Aesah scores have been like 8-1 in scrims. I thought they made the format better for casuals. I'm pretty sure we've had the most amount of Diamond players and Masters players play in Cups ever. So I guess maybe there's that. Maybe there's that. I feel like replay can't past the front line. I mean, Aesah wins the game. If Grea can build up like enough HP, I guess theoretically, like the Dryad can just keep getting stronger and stronger, and then he's able to withstand multiple bursts. Is this Disso guy still slacking on his TFT Academy duties? No, not at all, man. We had a great call. He wasn't ever slacking. He was. Oh, you mean prepping for tournaments? You mean when he decided to take a few days off to prep for a tournament? Yeah, real slacking. No, we had a great call. We got some good stuff cooking for set 12. If you guys think TFT Academy is great now, just wait until set 12. We got some good stuff happening. We're also gonna bring the podcast to have video content. Oh, wait a second. Replay might get 3rd from here? Oh, hold on. Replay might get 3rd and Grea might sneak in a 2nd and Grea believers get rewarded. Who bet on Grea? Who are the prediction people that bet on Grea? Dude, Grea odds are so good. Everyone bet on replay. Uh-oh. Is set 12 the best set ever? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but one thing's for sure. Some people will think it's the worst set ever. That's a fact. So Grea just has to survive against Aesah and then rotate the replay, and he has second guaranteed. Podcast gets to YouTube. Sorry, I didn't hear because the girlfriend is laughing. You are funny. Thank you. Thank you. Is this the part where you say funny looking? 'Cause then that's I don't think that's very funny. Oh, replay lost to the ghost. Oh wow, Grea believers. Anyways, set 12, we're gonna do a video podcast. We're gonna do a video podcast for study hall. You guys know one of the best podcasts in TFT, mainly because there's only 2 podcasts, but hey, top 2 is not bad. Study hall, TFT study hall, the TFT podcast, hosted by Frodan and dished out to catch up on teamfight tactics, meta, analyze game trends, and exchange stories of their WoW ranked matches. The show regularly features guests who will try to match the level of yap we bring to the table. Actually, we had our second guest. We had Aesah on. I think we're going to try to get another guest. Also, I think we're supposed to do another episode this week. So when do you want to do another podcast? Or should we just... We should do it before regionals, right? But we shouldn't do it next week. And it feels like you have to, like, not leak your own tech. Oh, Grea wins this fight? Dude, what if Grea wins out? Aesah is still one off Kaisa and one off Island. Haha, my girlfriend is sitting on my lap and watching me, and she won't stop giggling at how nerdy and pathetic you guys are. She doesn't understand Twitch chat. Is your girlfriend a cat? Honestly, I don't know if I can do it. Maybe you get a guest and people leave. What? But then it would be that people will realize that they're there for you and not for me, man, for the podcast. Oh no. All right, maybe I'll look for somebody who hasn't made to regionals that we can ask to be on the podcast. K3 Soju? Dude, he doesn't know anything about the meta, though. I mean, he probably knows some things. Do you think I can actually have, like, a serious podcast with Soju? I feel like he wouldn't want to. You know what? I'm pretty sure he would want to only join the podcast if he could be there to harass Dish. One Silas, one Kaisa. Dude, is it a Dryad win out? You're telling me that Fortune Cash Out doesn't beat Dryad?
Nice job, babe.
Mort? Oh, we wanted to invite Mort for a podcast episode towards the beginning of the set, not towards the end of the set. I think it's a lot more
Man, I'm
valuable
getting
that
more
way.
dogged again.
Wheat Poppy XD came to the front. Okay, so I was talking about how Dryad is scaling. I mean, it really is. It's kind of crazy how much the Dryad stack is scaling. This Syndra has 4,200 HP. You're not bursting that down. Oh my. Grea actually just 7 wins out. Are you guys sure this Faded Dryad line sucks? Mean Mr. King was a beast on Don't Talk If You Don't Know might make for a good guest. Well, part of it is that I need people who are playing actively right now. I need people who are playing actively right now. Who is playing right now? You know what? I'll invite Socks. Socks doesn't mind leaking the tech. I'm down to bump it to A tier. Hold on a second. We got Big Banana on the screen here real quick. Yeah, we have Faded Dry and B tier. Who's even running this site, man? Okay, but there is something about it that we don't want to just put everything in A tier because it will look ugly that way and unapproachable. So what moves up or down? Actually, that's part of the reason why we didn't move Garen down as well. But I think Garen can actually still be really good. He's like borderline. Who moves down? Who moves down? Maybe Gnar. But they did just buff it. It's kind of weird, like it gets buffed and it moves down. Gnar, no, Gnar is good. It's just that I guess maybe it's just more situational. We can always just say that. It's just more situational. All right. I want to see Ego Illusion Scrim because right now he is 5 games in, averaging an 8.0. I need to see if this guy has scrimmed more since yesterday. Because obviously scrim stats are fake. This guy doesn't literally average an 8, but I mean that the stats don't lie. It's literally 5 games, 5/8. Okay, Ego Illusions. Oh, we love V's. We love V's. Normal. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Oh, he played it. He did play scrims against EU. Dale Sam, Spanish Setsuko, Odesha. But against NA, he literally did just go 8, 8, 8, 8. I guess he's been scrimming against Korea. Yeah, he's been scrimming against Korea, and he's been scrimming against EU. But he scrims against NA, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. I mean, that makes sense. That checks out. Three champions. That doesn't look good. Yeah, it does not look good. Oh yeah, we're not tracking anything on Torment Realm, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, if you play on live, we're gonna track what's on live, and that's the storyline we're gonna go with going into regionals, which actually might be even more funny because you might get Ego Illusions literally averaging an 8 on live, and if he never plays another scrim, that's just like a funny thing. Where is Setsuko? He's just practicing off stream. He's taking regionals pretty seriously. Equation. 2-star Darius. Aesah. We got Shax, Kiana, Yorick, Tom Kench, and Azir. I thought NA lobbies were easier than what, Brazil and LATAM? Silvers. Lunch money, young, wild, and free, risky moves. Oh, no, Setsuko is scrimming. He's scrimming on Tournament Realm, though. Scrimming on the Tournament Realm. Unified. Pumping up. Caretakers. What did he get? He hasn't leveled yet. Guess we can. It looks like it's Shen because the other option is Janna. Keepers. Replay. Ooh, Wilf got Porcelain +1. Can you do something with this Porcelain +1 so you can play? I mean, you can play Janna Lux. I want to see if someone can play like the Porcelain line with Orkoff though. You play like Annie Ash. like the Ashen Pokers. That used to be a line like several patches ago now, but I just haven't seen people play it at all. I like to share that on Monday. I'll be a board certified MD. Not trying to brag, but I'm really happy about it. I don't have many friends to share it with. Hey, congratulations. And you hit Masters for the first time? My God. Just stays winning. Congratulations, buddy. Wait, you made the username Camo MD before you had an MD? What is with doctors and misrepresenting themselves on the internet lately? I don't get it. Okay, nice win for Aesah, 2 in a row. It's a real epidemic. Yeah, it needs to get treated ASAP. Tattoo of protection. Okay, it is Shen, by the way. Dude, what if he hits the ethereal blades at 3-2? That's probably not good. He doesn't even have like any rage blade components. He's just doing this straight into Senna, right? 39 gold. Tired man, thank you for the raid, buddy. Thank you very much. Aesah is fortune win streaking. Yeah, it's okay. He's using it to get a gold. If he win streaks, it's like a win-win. If he wins, he's on a 3-win. If he loses, he just like starts his fortune loss streak. Well, like basically he just played this for free and just got like an extra gold. So it's not even bad. That extra gold might go a long way.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Fernaya, thank you for the 4 months. No, I changed my username a couple weeks ago when I passed the MD defense. Oh, I see. You changed your username to MD afterward. Oh, it's 2 gold? Oh, right. I think Fortune Cash that might be 2 gold. I think you're right. It's just that it says the estimated value is 2 gold, so that's how you can always, you know. 2G. I mean, that 2 gold is nice. A free level. He gets a 6. Actually, not a free level because he might want to hold on to some of these units. He might start playing 6 at 2-6 if he loses. So that way he can have a 5 streak until the end of stage 3 and then play off of that. He also might just ditch Fortune for a while because it's 6 and maybe doesn't want to play around that. But he's going to see if he can go on a 4 streak here. I think he loses. We have mid-level 5. Okay, looks like Replay wins this fight as well. Replay off to a good streak. Wasion versus Replay for the 5 streak. Here comes the carousel encounter. Let you reroll and augment in extra time this game. What is buh? Is that like bruh but with like a cat? Oh, buh equals buh. Oh, yeah, of course. That makes sense. Yeah, it all makes sense now. Yeah. Okay. We got Fortune here for Ripple. Aesah lost and put his Fortune back in. So I think that's what made sense to me. So he put in his best board to see if he can like win for free anyways, get a 4 streak. He lost. Now he starts the fortune loss streak. He has 6 turns. It's gonna go and cash out at the end of Wolves, and then he'll go into stage 4 with new resources. But he just had JG slam with a rod, so he's not aiming for Kaisa. I wonder what he's gonna try to play instead. Frodan, I just had a crazy start to a game. Caretaker's ally Kiana into HS and kind of upgrade your next 2 cost unit. Yeah, I mean, Replay just did it, and he got, what, top 3? Congrats on your free 3rd. I like when old people make jokes. Okay, what is old people by your definition, though? Because some people interpret old as older. If you're older than me, then you're old. Which I think is... I mean, I don't think that's a good definition. What, you think I'm old? I mean, shit, I'm 34 this year. You're not even wrong. I'm definitely on the older side. I'm definitely on the older side. But like, I'm not Robin. Okay, Wilf opens up his Anvil. Okay, he actually could go for Ashe with Porcelain. I would love for him to go for it, like Rage Blade, Death Blade, or Rage Blade Last Whisper into Redemption. I would love to see him try it to see if you could play the Porcelain Invoker line with Ashe, but he probably doesn't want to do this. Robin is 34? No. He's way older. You're a dad now, so you are officially old. Yeah, actually, that might be true. Being a dad ages you a lot. Being a dad ages you a lot. Like, it's like, you know, the presidency ages you a lot as well. That's being like Mortdog game dev stresses you out and ages you a lot. I'm pretty sure Mortdog has aged a lot in the past few years in particular. Being a dad as well. All right, Wasian. Not even Glaze. I thought you were early mid-20s. Oh, thank you. Someone's trying to get VIP in the channel, and it's working. Keep it up, buddy. You're on a good track. Since populations always grow, when you are 30 plus, you belong on the older half of the planet population. You're welcome. Yeah, but the birth rate is falling in America. Boom. That's not a good thing, but it is true. But pretty soon, we're on trend for babies to become extinct eventually. What is Ripple gonna do here? Is he gonna push or he's gonna into cash out? I think he's in a spot where you can definitely push again. It's just that he has to just not roll a 6. If he rolls a 6, this is me in my ladder games today. I was in this spot and I said just not roll a 6, and I rolled a 6. But even then, I still won out that game and got a first, so you still can. 4's good. 4's very good. 4's very good. It lands on the 4-2 turn. I thought that was a good thing. If you have overpopulation issues, the falling birth rate can be something that is good to help control that. But like in general, think about like StarCraft macro. How many units you got building in your barracks? Where's our resupply? I mean, this generation's cooked anyways because of COVID. Like, look at what's happening to all the kids who grew up on TikTok and COVID, man. It's cooked. So we got to get a new fresh batch of recruits. No flame to the Gen Zers. It's all about Generation Alpha. I thought it scaled with education. It's not like a combat. We're not discussing combat augments, man. But no, I know what you're. Okay, it's usually an indication that it has like a correlate. Okay, I'm not a sociology expert, so somebody in chat might correct me on the actual technicals of it, but it tends to trend with more developed societies because as people like get older, there's like less of a there's like a lot of things that push people to delay having babies till they're older, and that is usually means that your country is like on the more developed end. You're like a first world country, so on and so forth. But it's not a good thing. Like Japan and Korea's birth rates, they're like serious issues for the countries, if I recall correctly from reading. Like Korea is having like a really big problem with that. Like they're in a very worrisome trend of falling birth rates. They had a negative birth rate. Yeah, that's bad. Being below replacement leads to older generation without a proportional number of younger people to support them. Yeah, exactly. And also life expectancy continues to improve because of medical innovations. So yeah. Immigration GG's. Yeah, because that's never created problems. Ever. My God. But yeah, immigration GG's. That is a good summary of how America's been able to get away with it, at least. I think immigration in general in America has been a big reason why the falling birth rate hasn't necessarily been a big problem, but it's created other problems. Been a big issue. I said it before. I was talking about it the other day. There's literally a problem of the amount of Canadians leaving Canada to go to America. Like Canada's having like major brain drain. What does Canada have left? They lost the Stanley Cup. Oilers lost to the like, dude, they lost to Florida. They're losing all their best graduates to the USA. They're worse than USA at TFT. Both of the TFT world champions have been from the USA. Like, what do they have left? They have Drake. Whoa. I mean, Kendrick Lamar and Drake. I mean, that's another L. Another L. I would just call it what it is, man. Okay, actually, to be fair, Toronto did beat Tri-State in TFT 4v4 or the 8v8. They had that going for them. They have Tim Hortons. That's also true. Tim Hortons. You know what? It's not all bad. It's not all bad. You know what? I like their positivity. Dude, how sad was it when Connor McDavid got I forgot what the name of the award is, but he got the award of best player in the playoffs and he didn't even come collect it on the ice. For those of you who don't know, in the Stanley Cup, the NHL Finals, the Florida Panthers were up 3-0 over the Edmonton Oilers, and the Oilers brought it all the way back to Game 7. It hasn't happened for 80 years for a team to be down 0-3 to reverse sweep. And they brought it all the way back. What happened? Did spectator mode crash? Oh no. I think spectator mode might have crashed. And then they lost. Spoiler alert. I'm gonna go ahead and leave and then try to respectate, reconnect. And the winner of like the best player in the playoffs was so depressed he didn't even come on and accepted his award. His dad was there like holding a phone, like ready to take a picture. You know, it was like his son, like a crowning achievement for his son. But like he lost and he didn't come accept it. And it was depressing. Tim Hortons is owned by a Brazilian company. Wait, really? Brazil? In the words of Setsuko, the worst region on the planet? Okay, I mean, he was talking about in TFT. I didn't even know that. Ipo Brazil. Oh, if you guys don't know, I'm officially defecting to cheering for dish soap and Brazilian/Latam players for regionals. I think it'd be spicier that way. And also, if Disrupt wins, I get to advertise TFT Academy again. So yeah, it's purely self-interested. Oh, perfect loss. Perfect loss for Aesah. Wait. Did Aesah push again? He rolled a 6 and he pushed again? Oh, I thought he was cashing out. Holy cow. He has to do it for another 5 turns. Wilf rolled down. I had a Tim Hortons burger in the UK and it was the worst burger I had. You know what? You're making me want to order some burgers tonight. I think I might go get some burgers. There's a place called Coastline. A good burger place around here. None of that Five Guys. Missy with the Five Guys, dude. What happened to Five Guys? I used to go there every day after the gym. Not every day, but like every 3 to 4 days. I'm not gonna go to Tim Hortons for a burger. Actually, I have to be careful. I did say that I wanted to get into good shape for the LAN again. I mean, burgers aren't the enemy. It's usually when you have like a bunch of fries and chicken nuggets and stuff like that. And a bunch of sauces and a milkshake. That's usually when it gets you. Five Guys every day directly offsets the workout. Well, I was bulking. Or at least that was what I was telling myself. You know how you guys lose LP and you say you're like losing is learning? It was like me. It was like, I'm just coping. I'm just, yeah, it's bulk day. Silas 2, Kane 1. Replay, 4 Heavenly, 4 Duelist. Another game, another Duelist game for replay. Dude, I'm so curious about this Aesah spot, dude. This 58 cash out. Do we have a new prediction in the line? Oh, we do. I kind of want this prediction to be... What does this cash out land on for Aesah? But like the thing is he gonna even live? He has to win some fights. He can't lose 3 more. He's dead. Five Guys in the UK has always been off. Okay, so let me get this straight. Tim Hortons is awful in the UK. Five Guys is awful in the UK. Are you sure there isn't a common denominator about food in the UK that we're not pointing towards, or what? What is good in the UK? Can you tell me that? Because I mean, the jokes just kind of write themselves, you know? Something British food. Actually, I like British breakfast. I like simple, easy. 2. Aesah went 9. 76. 21. Shen 3 for Grea. Finally got it off of the caretakers. Stop going to shitty chain restaurants and go to a decent countryside pub. You're here. Local chains are really good. There's some local stuff in Seattle that's really good. We have our own set of stuff. That's been even local chains can be good if there's only like 4 of them. There's like a really good diner that has only like 4 or 5 locations in Washington and it's family owned and it's still really good for like a diner experience. Obviously it's not like fine dining or anything. Not like Gordon Ramsay or something like that, but it's good. You guys see, by the way, Gordon Ramsay fell off a motorcycle bike and like he looked like he got a straight up full on black ink body tattoo. Dude got messed up. We added that to the list. No motorcycles, no helicopters for me or my wife. Just a general rule. It wasn't a motorcycle. It was a it was a regular bike. Oh, okay. I didn't even. Man, that's even gnarlier. Okay, you know what? I mean, I can't make the rule no bikes ever. Dude, is Aesah in trouble? I think he's in trouble. I think this guy might just be dead. His cash out is 121 right now. Okay, but he loses 10% of it. Holy cow. Okay. So does he make this? He has to win. He has to win. He has to win. Unless there's a 5-1 encounter that gives him magically HP and he's able to survive, but he has to win. Ace isn't playing 5 Fortune? Nope, he is not. He is not. Rolling a 6 was the worst outcome for him. But maybe he can find a way to cash out anyways. Does not make Zoe 2. Okay, Lilia 2. Annie 2's big. Annie 2's big. Wait pair. Oh, moving items. Okay, a little on the slow side.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Yo.
Ron, thank you for the 13, buddy. Okay, Aesah needs to win this fight. Can he win versus Janna 3? Maybe. The matchup should be... Well, he's playing Fortune. Oh no, our front line's dying. We even have... Oh wait, Janna! Oh, Lilia! Lily got it! Lily got it! Okay, okay. Cash out time. Cash out time. Okay, man, that Lilia was clutch. I thought that Janna and the Lux were gonna like tag team this Lilia. 109 on the cash out. Cash out. 2-star set. Double dummy with the Warmogs. And a Bloodthirster. Okay. Wow, look at this. The best one, the worst one. This is Whis. I mean, you think he actually dies immediately? There's no way he dies immediately after this. His frontline is so good, and if they don't kill his Lilia, doesn't he just beat everything? Like, surely it's not the best one. I don't think it's the best one. But like, oh no, the Udyr, the Udyr. Like, how do you actually play front to back against this, dude? How do you actually play front to back against this? You need to have like a Reaper assassinate and then go infinite against the front. Wait a second. Why are we not killing the Ashe? Wait a second. Yeah, that's the worst one. That one's the worst one. Oh, God. Oh, man. The Udyr misplacing the Lilia was bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Well, at least Aesah got off the cash out. But what can you even hit at 100? Let me look at the table. Okay, what could he have also hit at 95 luck? He hit set with the 2 dummies and Radiant BT. He could have hit all the Thieves Gloves. That would have been really good. 70 gold and a duplicate and a Radiant item. Oh, this one's fun. The all Dragonlord ones and a Dragon's Claw. I don't even know how good that is, but it's a fun one. You get 2-star Rakan, 2-star Lee Sin, and Dragonlords. The Thieves Gloves one would have been nuts, though. I said that I don't think it's the worst one. Would you guys rather have the 70 gold and the Radiant item? Probably, because his board was kind of struggling. Replay falling off. Looks like he tried to go for reroll duelist. It's just not working out right now. Wilf, 4 porcelain. He did end up going for 4 porcelain. Kind of Lysandra. That's a really hard turn. Yeah, 70 gold would have required him to transition a lot. In some ways, hitting the set 2 into BT would have been easier for him to transition out. The 70 cash outs are better than the 90. I've heard that assertion a few times. And I looked at some of the 70s, and yeah, some of them are really good relative to the 90s. Sets 2. Is Radiant IE better on Ashe or Radiant Ginsu? I think Radiant IE is better because you want her to actually deal like that damage. Radiant Rageblade is not bad on Ashe, but I think these strong AD items, it just gives her so much extra damage, and you're multiplying it through like the sniper stuff like that, sniper damage and bonus like that, so it ends up being really good. I think Radiant IE is her best item. I think you'd rather have Radiant Last Whisper as well before Radiant IE, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Or Radiant Rageblade. Dude, that Gunblade is doing so much work. Ripple and Filup are making a huge comeback in their prediction. Oh, what's the prediction? Wajin and replay versus Filup and Ripple. Oh, true. Wajin and replay versus Filup and Ripple. So Filup and Ripple go 1. I mean, if they go 3-4, Wajin has to go 1. No, he has to go 2. He has to go 2. Be 2. Oh no, he has to go 1. He has to go. Can Wajin actually win out? I don't think so. His spot does not look very first worthy to me. He doesn't have Exalted in. But maybe figure something out. Galio item here can make sense. Declaw. I was thinking about adaptive, but I don't think that affects Galio's second cast. Basically, it's to help him cast as soon as possible. But I don't know if it actually does anything. Galio casts again. We're still not past the front line. Oh, he's so fast though. Tiny but deadly. Okay. The setup is good. He's got keepers and tiny but deadly. And Bushman, the setup is good. I just don't know if he's going to actually win. Xayah 2, 4 trick shot, 4 bruiser. I hit the Wukong 4 Heavenly Emblems cash out today and I win 8th. Yeah. That's why Fortune is not popular with China, by the way. People think the Fortune cash outs are kind of lame. Like the 100 cash out into lose. That's a I quit set 11 moment for a lot of casual players. Coxer, thank you for the prime. Okay. Wei ends up barely losing here. It looks like it's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors. Wow, Ripple loses as well? What the heck? I guess he is going to 10, but Ripple's board looks really good. I'm surprised. I guess he doesn't have items on Kaisa 2, but I thought Zaya 2, like Radiant TG. Six Warden Ash. He got to 10 and just placed 6 Wardens. Just 6 Wardens and 4 Snipers. That's it. Do you have any partners or sponsors, good sir? You mean like ad people that like sell products? Oh, no. I was sponsored by Mobilytics, but then I started a competing website. So yeah, they didn't renew. Although, I'm willing to bet they still have my face on the website. Hold on. I'm willing to bet they still have my face on the website. Mobilytics TFT. Oh, they do. TFT meta comps set 11. Find out the strongest and most reliable meta teamfight tactics, comps, and builds the best players have been playing, so you can start your game with a leg up on the competition. Our team comps are curated by challenger expert Frodan. That's me. Except it's not true. I don't do that anymore. But hey, free advertising, I guess. Sort of. Maybe they're using my likeness to sell things that's not true. But also they have my like Twitch and YouTube there. It's a give or take free advertisement. Sue them? No. It's what if that's actually giving me like a bunch of traffic? There's actually people who come in here saying that they tried my Mobilytics comps and it's not working. And I'm like, oh, well, that's because you haven't gotten to this new cool thing called TFT Academy. They're paying me in esports currency exposure. Okay, I mean, I should probably message them, but yeah, I'll get around to it. It's honestly not like that big of a deal to me. By the way, I think Filup and Ripple win because Filup gets second, Wajan gets first. It's 1 + 6, that's 7. 2 + 4 is 6. You lack the gold. You lack the gold. Badge. Change your Mobilytics bio to link to TFTK. Do I have a Mobilytics bio in my panel? I literally purchased a Mobilytics membership because of you, but then you started TFT Academy right after. I felt scammed. For what it's worth, TFT Academy is free. I mean, we have ads on it. We're working on a pay. If you want to subscribe to TFT Academy, it's just to remove ads. But we also are offering some other stuff. We're offering some time. We're literally offering you time where you can date dish soap. But don't tell him that I promised that. You can go on a date with dish soap. Whoa, I'll spend thousands. It's only for our most generous donors. you can win a date with dish soap, or you can specifically buy a date with dish soap. Yeah. That's our big ticket item for our auction. Do you have any plans to do coaching on the website? Sort of. The thing is, we don't want to do like coaching necessarily as much as we want to give you the tools to succeed. Is that it for Scrims, by the way? I mean, they play a lot of games. Dish Soap's online. Well, we'll announce it at regionals, I think. Here's the plan. The master plan. L plan, if you will, for the Latam listeners. It's a meme from Formula One. El plan is for Dishsoap to win regionals, then win worlds, and then his stock will be infinite. And we drop the TFT Academy, the TFT Academy roadmap for set 12, and then
Man, I'm getting more dogged
and then
again.
we buy Riot Games
Take
and we
this
host our
prime
own
sub.
EWC, and then we save Teamfight Tactics. Boom. Take this prime sub so you can date your wife. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Wonton Good Soup. Spectating. Who is he spectating? Are there more scrims happening? Are there more scrims happening? Is Degree? No. Wait, Degree's not in regionals, right? I think he missed. And then we launched the Dish Soap OnlyFans. Yes, yes. The first Founders Pass people get access to the feat stream. Shaggers. Okay, so should I update this? I can try to update this with some scrim information. Let's see. What information do I have up to date? What's the last game that I put in? The last game that I put in was Koala as Belto or the Grea. Grea's been playing in a lot of scrims, by the way. Like a lot of scrims. I think he actually prefers scrims over ranked. Let's see. Which day was this? He went 6 with Lux reroll. So here. So he played another game after that. Okay. I think they're grabbing more players for the scrim right now. So we'll just input this real quick. I'm gonna run as, I'll input this, and then we'll catch up in a bit. Disso went first. Doke. So Dish Soap. Oops. Dish Soap, Michael, VCLF, Grea. Oh, Pokygom scrimmed. Okay, gotta add him to the list. So Pokygom. I'm just gonna write Pokygom here. Data is Pokygom, David, Koala, JD Zielinski. And then the comps that was played was Bard, Big Mo. Actually, no, it's Lux Timo. I'm just gonna write Timo reroll. And then this was Lilia, Dragon Lords. This was Senna. This was Umbral. This is Trickshot Kaisa. 7th place is Dragon Lord Irelia. And then 8th place is Story Weavers. Okay. 7. Okay, so what happens is when I do this, it's reflected in the actual stats for comps. Like it'll show like Steven Story Weaver just went 8th, so it drags down the percentage sum. Dude, Kaiser Trickshots officially crosses 5.0. I'm excited to put in some of these stats. I guess I could do some while I'm here as well. Okay, so that was 21 hours ago. So this starts a new day. 3 games in. I think Grea started halfway through though, right? I have to make sure I get some of the other scrims as well. Okay. So this is day 3, I think, of scrims. JD went first. Faded. Oh no, sorry. Wilf. Oh, this is the first time Wilf joining scrims. It feels like Kane was okay all set long. Like maybe. Kane's been like pretty hit or miss for some people. Cambulee, Grea. Some people still like don't like playing Kane. But I think Kane is very good. Altanahue and Bruce. First place was Shen. Then we have Faded. We have Kiana. And we have Reapers. Then we have Duelist Reroll. And then we have Ash, Zoe, and Reaper Bruises again. So this is all the stat stuff. It's like less interesting things, but it'll make it look interesting after we finish inputting stuff. How do I see all the regional participants? There is a link. Actually, can I do exclamation point regionals? Regionals. How long will be scrims for? Actually, what time is it? Oh, it's 6:40. Oh, I have to end stream. Oh, it's dinner time. Oh, you know what? Okay, well, I'm gonna finish inputting this, I guess. And I think the stream's over because I have to go eat dinner. Are you hungry? I messaged on Discord. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm having too much fun. I'm sorry. Let me end stream now. Okay. Who is streaming and online playing some TFT? Mr. T-Lides is online. I'll drop you guys off with T-Lides maybe. Pie Hat. Who's doing scrims though? Is Pie Hat watching scrims?
Nomás para regresando al tema un poquito y cerrando un poquito, supongo, ¿no?
No
Parece
say.
lindo.
No say. All right, I'm gonna drop you guys off with Mr. T-Lides. Sorry guys, it's dinner time. I'll be back tomorrow. More scrims throughout the weekend. Actually, tomorrow there's like this $5,000 tournament. I might play in that or watch it. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. But either way, see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Podcast with Bryce. Next week on Tuesday for the 50th episode of Don't Talk If You Don't Know. That's a pog. And then we also have the co-stream. The co-stream announcement. Kuramex will be our regional guest. The world championship guest will be Goobums. All subs and donations go to their expenses because costs a good amount of money to get them out. Also, there's a cool announcement of announcements. There's something else happening for regionals that's really cool. But I'm gonna let you guys know that in like a couple days. So catch you guys then. Peace. What dates are regionals? Next week, July 5th to 7th.